Nation. Broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
We were having a really fun conversation this morning, Dave, Nemo, and I. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you, sir.
We were talking about old-time radio, and old-time radio is now 1971, 72, 73 radio.
I know.
Isn't that crazy
half
to
a
think
century,
that?
over half a century.
Yeah, what is it? Half a half.
Half a half.
Half a half, 50.5, 55.
Mm-hmm.
55 years of trucking radio. We had a great conversation. You know, you had mentioned, and by the way, I have a certain level of agreement that there is a certain level of blue that you can't go to. That there's a certain level of filth and profanity that now you and I have a little bit of a different take on this, but it's less of a disagreement and more of a style thing. I make the joke that you're only allowed one curse word per hour, and it can't be an F or a C, because if you put the F and the C in there, the last C shows up, the FCC. I did have something I threw at you, though, by the way, that we were talking about. When the original Road Gang began, Charlie Douglas had a rule: no blue humor.
Correct.
No blue humor, nothing blue. And there's a really great payoff to this, because in 72 and then really 73, as you'll explicate in a second, one of the things that happened is that a space was created where that kind of really raunchy blue stuff really prevailed. And because you guys acted as a counter base to it, I think it's part of the reason you survived. I, though, had a theory that the reason why Charlie never went even close to dirty or even innuendo, you know, the famous joke, the woman walks into a bar and asks the bartender for a double entendre, so he gives it to her. You know, I think one of the reasons Charlie did that was smart, but it was also smart for him. It was calculated. Charlie Douglas was a country and western DJ. There were a lot of country and western DJs who wanted to become big-time players at the Grand Ole Opry. That was, tell me if I'm wrong, that was like the jewel in the crown. That was the pinnacle.
Yes, it was.
I mean, that's what Charlie wanted. If, in fact, there had been a whiff of the dirty, a whiff of the double entendre, the risque, not just in his content, but in yours, he probably could kiss all of that goodbye. You pointed out a couple of other things that were interesting about who ran the station and the CB stuff as well. Do you want to unpack that for our listeners before we get Dean on the phone here?
Sure. Humor, the 70s were the 70s, and there's a reason why we keep hearkening back to that, not just because trucking radio started in 71. The Arab oil embargo changed the face of American trucking for a long time, and then the movies and the songs come.
The movies and the songs are filthy,
and they're still here. Yeah. See, and they'll never go away. So at that time, of course, we were owned and operated by the Jesuit Order of the Catholic Church at Loyola University here in New Orleans.
And while they don't financially,
didn't make it.
While they financially might behave like the Boy Scouts, while they financially might not behave like the Boy Scouts in regards to forward-facing attitudes, though they were clean.
Yes.
When it came to finances, the Jesuits could be very, very creative. They're the only religious order in the Catholic Church that does not take a vow of collective poverty. So if you see a priest driving around in a Mercedes-Benz, it's one of two things. It's the Archbishop or it's a Jesuit. and he might actually own it himself. But yeah, I mean, that was kind of it. I mean, that was kind of the gold standard for Charlie, right? He wanted to get to the Grand Ole Opry,
It was
right?
a goal, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, was he any good at it when he got there?
Oh, yeah.
How long was he there?
Oh, my goodness. Gee, I don't really know. I'm horrible about that in terms of years, but I had, we'd go to the Grand Ole Opry and visit, Charlie and everything. And my dear friend Joe Barbara here, who's an awesome musician here in town, he would come up and make a musical pilgrimage every year. And we did that for about 12, 15 years, and we'd go backstage at the Opry, sometimes at the Ryman, on 4th Street, and sometimes at the one out there at Opryland. And he was there, and the announcer stands over on stage on the, let's see, if I'm on stage, stage right is my right hand?
Yes.
Okay, over on the right side.
The best way to think about it is stage right, stage left is for the performer. audience right, audience left.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way to think about it. It is your right hand in which direction you're facing.
So he would be on the audience left.
Yes, audience
way
left.
over in the corner
Audience
at the
left.
podium.
Yeah.
And when it was time to do the commercials, he would have a piece of paper just like this one right here, and read the script out, and then bring on the next act.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that was a format that wasn't just popularized by the Grand Ole Opry. There's a reason why Garrison Keillor's Prairie Home Companion is like that. That was a very Louisiana hayride. There were a lot of radio shows that had the announcer stage right, audience left.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of stage right, enter stage right our good friend Dean Croak. He is lean and mean and on the scene. Good morning to you, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good to be back with you.
Good to be talking to you, Dean. And I see you more than I see Jim, because I see your videos all the time online, man. You're looking good, man.
So we wanted to kind of ask you about the video stuff as well before we get to your kind of morning update here. How long does it take you to create that content? And because Dave and I were having a long talk, it's taken us so long. It's taken us longer than we thought to set up this platform, to set up the way we kind of dispense content around here, that we have finally reached the point at the beginning of December where Dave and I can actually start creating, and Lindsay too, content. Maybe not at the level that you do. But how long does it take you, and how many do you set goals for yourself a week, or is it just something you do reflexively?
It kind of happens on the fly. So first of all, I do a lot of it on my own, because a lot of people are amazed that I do it on my own. First of all, I have some pretty cool editing software suites on my iPhone, and I've tried to be really creative with different types of equipment types, but most of it's just done on my iPhone. I do have a couple of GoPro setups that I have inside my truck when I get on the road. So like this week when I'm heading up to Columbia Falls, Maine with you in the truck, I'll set up 2 or 3 GoPro units inside and outside the truck. But when I'm out and about, like in the UK this week, mostly it's just my iPhone that I'll have set up when I'm sort of stationary. But the editing side of it, I have a couple of subscription platforms that are kind of like $100 a year, where you'll take a quick iPhone video, and I've figured out how to do the start and stop piece of the video so that I have very little post video editing to do. And if I do 4 or 5 truck videos from a stationary position, when I have a bit of downtime and I'll only need maybe 40 seconds, I'll just quickly go to the app and add all of the truck videos that I've just taken. It might only take me 10 seconds to drop them all into an app, add the transitions, and then go to finish them. I can develop one of those Instagram posts into a 30-second post in probably less than a minute, and then put it into my iPhone.
That is remarkable. Dean,
and then I put them into a folder for posting later.
Dean, I am astounded by listening to you, because I know you're in the trucking world. You're not in the media world. You don't have a degree in communications, as do I. Okay, and I got to tell you that I remember the first night. It was up in Nashville. The program director of the radio station went in to do the show, and he was editing a commercial spot audio on a computer, and I thought my career was over, because we were still using tape, reel-to-reel tape with razor blades, and 3M they probably still make it, they made a special splicing tape for audio tape that you bought on a reel, just like you did Scotch tape to wrap your Christmas presents with. They made special grease pencils to mark the tape with a white grease pencil, and you'd have and then I went to school. I learned film. I learned how to edit film. I learned how to edit audio. I did not learn how to edit video, because we weren't doing that quite yet. Okay, I mean, in college.
You just dated yourself. You realize.
That's what I'm getting.
You look
at.
a lot younger than actually you just dated yourself.
That's what I'm getting at.
I got a couple of questions for Dean here. First of all, can you give us a little brief recap of what London was like ultimately? It looked like you had a blast, while at the same time got a chance to look at some business stuff as well too. But you were there for fun, and you were there for family, right?
Yeah, and I'll just wrap up that thought Dave said. The one thing, and this gets to one of our other guests, Mike Gaffin, the best advice I had on doing anything with Instagram or Facebook, your first frame has to have movement. Anything to do with social media, if your first frame of any post doesn't have movement, you basically lose the viewer in an instant as they scroll. So, and that was Mike Gaffin. He gave me the best advice I ever had on anything to do with social media, and I never forget that advice. So thanks, Mike. I'm sure you're listening. Timmy Mac, great week. We went over for a wedding, essentially to look after our neighbours' kids while they went to the wedding. So that was the real reason. But I got to catch up on a couple of international rugby games. One at the famous Principality Stadium, where South Africa beat Wales by a record 73-0. So it was an absolute drubbing, but South Africa are the best rugby team in the world at the moment. So that was a big event. But we went to Twickenham, which we talked about on last week's show, and watched another international rugby game, which was amazing. But just so it's the compare and contrast between trucking economy, I always find fascinating because I mean, they're all cab over trucks over there because they have a bumper-to-bumper length regulation. But what you don't see is everyone's speed limited to 55 miles an hour. And you sort of say to yourself, well, how does anything ever get done? Well, most of the drivers, all of the drivers other than the Eastern Europeans, are paid an annual salary. So everyone motors around in their lorries at 55 miles an hour. And then, of course, you say, well, how does that work? Well, if you're motoring around at 55 miles an hour, and basically everyone's limited to 9 hours a day and 56 hours a week. So not a whole lot gets done from a productivity perspective, but then it takes the pressure out of everything. Nothing has to happen at lightning speed. No one is stressed. No one is driving at a frantic speed. No one is stressed out of their mind because they're waiting on loading docks. No one's cutting each other off at traffic. No one's annoyed because people are taking 30-minute breaks in the fuel aisle. And there just isn't this inbuilt pressure that we have in the US economy, right or wrong. So, and everybody's just sitting at the speed limit and no one's overtaking and cutting each other off. So it's a different economy, and the traffic, though, is different. You don't see people, but you do see people sitting in the wrong lanes. I mean, it's still got the same sort of traffic behaviours, but the trucking side of it is vastly different because you'll see trucks are a much shorter combination. You'll see trucks that are shorter in total length, but they carry more weight than the US equivalent. But they do it at a much lower speed because the population density and the road designs, the roads are much smaller and narrower. And you've got these hedgerow where they call them hedgerows, where you see them on the old English movies where the hedges are so close to the edge of the roads. And I don't know if you saw my post about the mirrors. They had this aftermarket thing where they put these big aftermarket mirror protectors on the mirrors. And they're like this massive yellow plastic protecting device to protect the mirror from when the truck hits trees and branches and buses, because everything is so close and everyone's hitting each other's vehicles. When you look at traffic in London, everything is so close to each other. And that was the thing that stuck out to me this trip compared to the last trip was all of the heavy goods vehicles, which is what they call them over there, is HGVs. They all now have these, and some of them are stainless steel. So it's become an aftermarket trend is to have these mirror protectors on your mirrors because, of course, modern day mirrors now are frightfully expensive. And that was the standout to me was the aftermarket mirror game now is you've got to have mirror protectors to put out a bit of bling to your truck, but also to protect the mirrors from people hitting them.
Dean, Dave here. I wanted to ask a question, and this may be Dave. Well, we're starting the month off maybe with Dave's dumb question of the month here.
Dave's dumb question of the month. Get it out of the way.
On the 1st of December. Size and scope is what I'm speaking of here, because Europe and the U.S. are Europe's is a bit bigger than the U.S. in land mass, but roughly the same. But the countries are a lot smaller. Some of them are about the size of some of our states. So in other words, running from California to New York is tantamount from running from, the English Channel all the way over to the Russian border, I guess is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
is the idea of the slowing down, are they really that much slower in comparison to us? Do you get what I'm trying to get at? The scale is different.
Yeah, scale is different. But most of the freight, when you look at the economy, so the other thing, Dave, is remember that a lot more freight on the mainland Europe moves on barges and waterways and trains.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have the dominance of road transport that we do here in the US. So first of all, we've got a lot more long-distance freight moves on trains here, but less on waterways. Mainland the UK, it's mostly regional short haul, a lot more regional short haul. That's the other thing you see. So it's long haul in the UK would be like a 4.5, 5 hour trip. That would be a long haul trip. You just don't see the length of trips that we do here. This is an incredible economy here in the US where it's hard to compare anything in the world other than somewhere like Russia or China or Australia, of course, where you'd see the scale of long distance haulage that we have here. So even if you go to Europe, you can be across multiple countries in the same length of time. You'd go from Boston to Memphis, Tennessee, for example. You would cross 6 or 7 countries in Europe by the time you do that. So the Europe is mostly, it's a regional freight task, even though you would call it international freight. Most of the freight in Europe works regionally, but for you and I, you'd be doing international freight because you'd be crossing international borders with all of the different customs paperwork that would go along with it.
By the way, you know what Europe doesn't have that the United States does? Wyoming, Montana, Colorado, and I'm not being glib about that.
I was picturing that,
and that's kind of what it kind of comes down to. And Dean talks about that density, which is so different. I
remember being in Oakley, Kansas, and it got cold, and they said, "Well, there's a Walmart about 70 miles." From here.
Exactly. I mean, where the space becomes a very, very different sort of concept as well, too. Dean, we're going to run out of time. I knew this would happen. I said, bring the poor man in here to kind of drop in and give us a rate update. We end up having these kind of conversations, which I find a whole lot of fun as well, too. What should people be looking for this week? Just give us a quick kind of update about where you're pointing the action to and what you're keeping your eye on.
Yeah, I'm watching California. There's a lot of activity going on over there with the Department of Homeland Security conducting some audits of carriers over there in NorCal. I think that's going to have an impact. Hard to pick what's going on with rates at the moment. Rates did go up last week, which was unusual. Good to see you guys. Sorry, I'm late to the party there on the visual side. But rates, let me just kill the sound there. Rates did go up on a short work week. Rates did go up, surprisingly, for dry van last week, a little bit more than reefer. So produce volumes were up on the southern border. So I'm watching the southern border in particular because produce volumes are starting to increase out of Mexico. So we're starting to get into the peak produce shipping season on the southern border. That is a market that I'm starting to watch now that the farmers and the protests have started to ease there. But I think we're going to start to set up a pretty tight produce season in your home state, Jimmy Mack, because of the Department of Homeland Security and ICE enforcement that's going on in California. I think that's going to have a long-term effect as we head into the 2026 produce season.
Yeah, and by the way, I hate to do this to you, but I don't know if Dave saw this Scat Pack, who, of course, our good friend Danny Nassif, who I'm hoping that you and I both see up in Columbia Falls in Maine, just wrote, "Heavens to Murgatroyd, exit stage left," Dave.
Yeah, I saw that.
He managed to get that in there. And Joe J. got the big red machine dug out. Marshall asked him the question. Joe J. got out. Marshall wished everybody a happy Thanksgiving. He spent his working. A lot of people are in the chat joining us. Dean, when do you leave for Columbia Falls?
I'm going to leave here on Thursday morning. I might get away Wednesday night. I like to do a little bit of night driving because there's less people around, less people watching. I
am leaving Thursday night, Wednesday morning, wee small hours, those hours that Dave used to kind of patrol and prowl. I will see you on Friday. I'm excited about it. I can't wait for you to see the driver's lounge. It is a simulacrum of old school because there's a lot of inside of it that is very, very new school. Our friends from Tyson Chicken will be there making food on demand. Dave got a chance to go last year. It's your first time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I've just
you're going to love it, Dean. You're going to love it.
And Dean,
looking forward.
Dean just showed me his Road Gang pin. I got my Road Gang pin on. We still got to get one to Jody, by the way. I'm letting Tara know that. But if you don't have a Road Gang pin yet, guys, I got a couple more left. I have one little special pack. I am bringing it up with me to Columbia Falls. Dean, we got to do our pledge and national anthem. But, brother, we love seeing you, and I can't wait to see you in the real soon. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
brother.
guys.
Dean
Bye-bye.
Croak, of course, joins us every Monday and then twice a month over the course of the month here on Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio. And hopefully one day when he writes that book, and he should write a book, by the way, we should write. We'll take a quick break here.
Right.
The three of us will take a deep breath, have a little bit of a pledge, a little bit of a national anthem, a little bit of a bracing cup of Java from John. Dave, Dre, are you ready? 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Well, I hope you are ready for this, but I don't know if you are or not, but I'm going to let you know anyway. We are in the last month of this year. That's right, people of God. We got 31 days left in this year. Are you excited? Of course you are. Hey, I want to share something with you today that I found in the book of Romans. It's found in Romans chapter 8, verses 31 and 32. It says, what shall we then say to these things? If God be for us, who can be against us? He who did not spare his own son, but gave him up for us all, how will he not also with him graciously give us all things? You know what Paul is letting us know right there? He's letting us know that there's nothing that's off limits for you from God. As long as you're in his divine will. If you're in God's will and you're walking in God's favor and you're walking in his grace, then what Paul is saying is God gave us everything we needed once we accepted Jesus Christ as our personal Savior. He says that, what shall we say then to these things? He's asking this question. And then he turns around and says, if God be for us, who can be against us? So he's kind of going back and forth with himself and with us, and he's letting us all know that at the end of the day, when all is said and done, whoever's against you and you're walking with God, they're not just against you, they're against God. So, you know, why do we spend all this time? And this is something for you to think about. Why do we spend all this time fussing and arguing with people that we know that God has already told us we have the victory? Something to think about, ain't it? You let that soak in, just like today. It is so great, though, isn't it? Just let it soak in. Let it soak. It's gonna be great. I promise you, it's gonna be great. Because you know God is for you. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and enjoy your Monday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Build a relationship with a carrier for the long haul. Visit drive4bme.com.
Welcome back to Nemo Nation. Dave Nemo, of course, sits across from me, and we are just blocks away from the founding place of trucking radio. I love the morning chat, by the way. It has become something in that YouTube chat box. It is like people showing up, grabbing a quick cup of coffee, telling people hello. Hey guys, go over to other platforms, listen there, get your news and information where you need to get it. Come back, join us. We'll let you know where to go. This whole show is kind of focused on that as well. Go ahead.
If I may interject something here, I was listening to Friday's program and the Breaker Back Talk with Tara. She's going to be with us in a few minutes anyway, here this morning, about the representative nature of the folks in the chat room on YouTube right now. Think about this for a second. How hard was it to find a phone in 1973 at 3 o'clock in the morning in Kansas? And you go into the rest area and the phone's broken, or it's not even there anymore. Somebody ripped it out. And then you get on the line, and then you're on hold forever because we got one phone, just like it was 1920. It all boils down to one phone.
It all boils down to one phone.
One call at a time. Really
quickly, I want you to finish your thought. Chowder, you're going to come with us on the other side of the break, and we'll just pick you up in the middle of Breaker Back Talk. It'll give you a chance to tell Tara hello. Thank you for your patience, brother. We'll get to you in a moment. Go ahead and finish your thought, Dave.
The idea that the people who called in, that we just played all requested music and made announcements, and it was a small group of people that were representative of the large group of people.
I got to tell you, the people that we have in this chat room, in many ways, are exact. Now, I want more of you. Won't lie to you. Would like more of you. But the people that we have in this chat room are exactly the folks who this show was built for, which has made me very, very happy. I won't lie. It has made me incredibly happy that the folks we have in the chat room are, in fact, our target audience because they're me. I don't mean that I'm my target audience, but, 45 to 65, been doing this for a while, people who know how to drive a truck, know how to run their business, looking for tips, inside information, and people for whom their contribution is sought as well, meaning we'd like their input, and they give it to us, by the way. We got to take a quick break here. We're going to come back on the other side. Nemo Nation continues. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre. We'll be back on the other side with Chowder and, of course, Breaker Back Talk. It's going to be a contentious one. Thank you, Dave.
Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
By the way, our good friend Joe J is delivering new drink coolers to the Loves remodel in Hogansville, Georgia. Unload and park in the same place. No showers, though. Boo! Like I said, we like what's going on in the chat. We got a great show for you today. I'll be unpacking that probably about the midpoint of Breaker Back Talk. It is Rebecca Brewster of Attree is going to be our first guest. Like Dean, she is going. We'll figure this as we go along. She's going to become a regular drop-in, just real quick, neat and sweet. It doesn't mean that the Attree segment, Attree on the Air, won't be happening. It just means that they get a chance to drop in with tidbits over the course of each week. We do have phone calls, though. Dave, you want to tell our next caller hello?
Yes, indeed. Chowda, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dave, Jimmy, my brother, Dre, and good morning, Tara, the terrific Terrapin, and family of the Road Gang family. I hope we're all good and healthy this Monday.
I think you have finally settled on that. I like that.
That's great.
Yeah, Chowder's over here reporting from Sloth Region, Marion, Indiana. I believe I've seen a light speeder go by and one of those tauntauns, but a little slickery ice. You know, you want to know how ice and bad it is here? Let me tell you. You remember those little crystal growing things we had as kids? You put the crystals in the rocks and it grew into formations. All the corn stalks and plants look like that. They've been crystallized and they're growing. But it was a pretty sketchy. Yeah, it was pretty sketchy Saturday coming across I-80 Iowa from I-29 across to Walcott. My last unofficial can't do math Maynard accountability come up with about 47 jackknife, trashed out, rolled over, and collapsed rigs and about 61 four-wheelers of various forms. It was sketchy. I don't know what the solution, the problem is. Talked to some guys at the I-80 Walcott, and we've come to the conclusion it's a conglomerate of not enough winter training, automatic transmissions that don't stay locked in RPM bands, and good old-fashioned nobody knows how to slow down anymore. But I'm glad everybody that made it through there got through there. The Marvel Universe mystery is one trucking company that's red that's named after some country that has a word that goes synonymous with fast somehow was going into a westbound rest area. And normally when you park, your vehicle would be facing like southwest. Well, apparently his truck was leaning mostly off the edge of the parking lot facing back to the east. His trailer was facing northwest, and we're not sure how he got that way. But he was out watching him hook it up with a winch, so he was all right, so it's okay. I say all that for people to remember no matter what part of the country in that doesn't normally get extended bad icy weather, you better keep it in your back of head because this week Mother Nature ain't playing. She's catching up. Unlike my Raiders, Jimmy, which if you could get your Aints to lose a couple more games, we could move up another spot in the draft pick if we could. We hadn't talked to Pack Rat because he's too good for us anymore. So I'll bring the NFL report today. Today the Broncos pull out a miraculous victory somehow over the Commanders who forgot in the overtime to play football. The Raiders are still horrible. The Saints are still holding on to the number 2 draft pick. Tennessee's already tanked so far. They're going to have the number 1 draft pick. And the rest of you guys are just going to shuffle into where you normally shuffle into. With that, you guys all have a blessed, safe, and good day on a Monday.
Nicely done, by the way. I don't have to do football. That was nicely done. By the way, Lindsay literally breathed a sigh of relief at Dre's expense. Man, LSU should have won that football game. Auburn should have won that football game. LSU should have won that football game. If LSU and Auburn had won those football games, it would have been chaos reigned supreme, and the Miami Hurricanes would have been very, very happy. Now they've got to root for an ACC championship game that goes completely sideways. Chowda, thank you, my brother.
Hey, your brother, guys, have a good one. Bye.
Thank you, Chowder.
He said, Tara, the terrific Terrapin. I really like that. That's fantastic. Speaking of mascots, who, by the way, Dave, the Terrapins are the mascot of what team?
Oh, I know that.
University of?
It's in the Northeast.
It's in the Mideast.
In the Mideast.
It's the Mid-Atlantics.
Boy, oh boy. Give me a moment on that.
I'll give
and
you
I'm
a
not going to look it up.
I understand. Speaking of terrapins, we're going to bring the terrapin in herself. Our good friend, the Touchdown, has arrived. Good morning to you, Tara Garris.
Good morning, guys. Happy December.
Oh, happy December to you.
Welcome to December the 1st. By the way, is there a national day that we need to talk about at this moment? Anyone that is percolating in your head?
I was going to ask you that question.
Oh, I got a couple, by the way, if you'd like to kind of unpack them. But before we do any of that, I know you've got stuff on the docket, so go on.
Well, let's set up this edition of Breaker Breaker Back Talk because we are going to review the comments about the conversation on social media that Jimmy brought to the table about you, Dave, being betrayed by certain people and being in the pocket of the ATA, which these comments will debunk, of course. This caught a lot of attention. Joe J said this segment definitely got the views. So are you guys ready?
I am ready. Dave, are you ready?
I am ready. Sí, listo.
Let's go. Thank you, Dave. But first up, the YouTube comments on the video of Jimmy Mac's hard-hitting opener of that show. I think that was 2 Fridays ago now. But Bruce Almighty said, I'm glad you got this off your chest and spoke your mind. Your team is why I listen to Road Gang Radio. The talent y'all bring is just immaculate. Dave's wisdom has been passed on to so many people. Sad to say some of those people are out for themselves. Our RGR family will stick together and make Dave Nemo proud. Thank you, Dave.
Wow. That is something.
It's very kind. And by the way, Joe said something there. I'm sorry, that was Pie Man, right? I'm glad you got off this chest. The chest comment.
The chest comment, Bruce Almighty.
Okay, so I want to tell Bruce, thank you, by the way, for acknowledging what was happening there. We are going to continue to do segments like that to open the show from time to time. Not only is it good for my soul and good for my blood pressure, but it's actually good for our ratings. We'll not lie that we have discovered that we're not going to be sensationalist and we're not going to take positions we don't believe in, but we have found that kind of engagement really does work. That being said, I got it off my chest. I'm done. There's some stuff we're going to talk about today in regards to that particular situation, but I've had a long time to think about it, and I thought about it before I did it. I really wanted to kind of put a cherry on top of the situation. We're not going to keep on dwelling in the past. We're not going to keep on picking over that. It is something that is healing, as far as I can speak for Dave as well, too. You got to move on and you got to move forward. But I did want to kind of give a definitive last word, and I did want to kind of create space and Breaker Talk back to acknowledge what people said and to, I guess, tie up a few loose ends on it. But we are not going to...
These are the sprinkles, and I'm going to be sprinkling all of these onto that cherry.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. I want to make sure we understand that there are going to be many more hard-hitting kind of commentaries, but they're going to be about our friends out there on the road, what they deal with, what they struggle with. But this was a moment of kind of clearing the air. Dave and I were talking about it this morning. Dave is a gentleman. I won't lie to you. Dave is always going to keep his powder dry, always going to look at the the bright side of things. I'm kind of an SOB, and I mean son of a biscuit eater.
Yes.
My mother loves a good biscuit. But that's just kind of it. I wanted to kind of go right at them and kind of make that point. And to some degree, they took the bait. And they came right back at us. They came back at me and not at Dave. It forced them to say nice things about their opponent, and I thought that was kind of funny, especially since they're liars. But go ahead, go on.
Well, just a reminder: these comments are not from us; these are from other people, and they are real comments. Michael S. said, "I guess that someone
you can't pay me enough for them comments."
Nope. These are real comments, and they are not from us. They are from real people. Michael S. said, I guess that someone is a narrow-minded Nimrod. How can a person not understand this man dedicated his life to the owner-operator? We didn't say that. Someone else did. Roger said, there's so many comments that are about this exact thing. Joe J said, it was a fantastic rant. I listened to about 3 minutes of that dude's show when it debuted and was annoyed. And Sean F. said, very well said. That 3 to 6 show is rinse and repeat daily. Junk. So we'll leave that right there.
I was hoping you'd I was hoping you'd read that comment, and here's why. Because when you came back and I wanted to make sure I didn't steal your thunder on what the National Day was, but I also wanted to make sure that I brought up this National Day after we got to that comment. National Cookie Cutter Day. on December 1st, every year celebrates the art of fun-shaped cookies with great fervor. This can be done by going out to buying the cutest cookies in town or simply staying home and creating some innovative shapes of your own. And yes, now is the time you can actually take out that generations-old cookie cutter your grandma gifted you. Not fond of vintage cutters? Don't worry, you can experiment with a fresh look by using 3D printed cookie cutters available on the market. What are you waiting for? Get ready to bake the day away. Here's my issue, by the way. Those are wonderful cookie cutters, and people who make cookie cutters to create interesting cookies, like our good friend Emily Van Landingham, terrific. That's awesome stuff. But when we say cookie cutter, I don't know if you noticed this. I went on LinkedIn the other day, Dave, and it's slop. I mean, I realized that, with the exception of the news services and Dean and a couple of other very crucial people, do you notice, Tara, how much of people's podcasts and how much of people's newsletters all are just AI slop? Have you noticed that?
Yes. An emoji before and after every single bullet pointed, regurgitated thing.
And it's literally people who think they have interesting and original ideas, who feed them the Chat GPT and then have the Chat GPT kind of spit it back out in this kind of long form redundant thing, and the imaging is always the same and the cartoon is always the same. It's kind of this bad sort of 1950s cartoony look. I'm stunned by it. And one of the things that we try to do over here is, in the creation of original content, actually make it original. We try to create original formats. We try to create original content. Look, yes, you have to go back sometimes, Dave, and get grandmother's cookie cutter. But so much of what I'm seeing out there right now is cookie cutter. I mean, the lather, rinse, repeat comment really hit me, because one of the reasons why we've been getting baited into a war with these guys is I suddenly realized they don't have any content, dude. They literally are, they steal guests, which is hysterically funny, but they also don't know what to do to create content unless, of course, it is confrontational. And they're afraid to make it really confrontational, because if you make it really confrontational, you can't kiss the ass of sponsors.
True.
and so much of this is a desperate struggle for relevancy. And I realized, that's what I realized after I did the piece I did, Trey. I did that piece and I'm like, okay, that's got to be the end of it. That's got to be the end of it. I've said my piece. I don't need to say anymore. If they want to keep coming at us at this point, that's their business. But unless they really say something vile or filthy, I'm done.
I'm looking at my LinkedIn page right here, and I'd like to read something that is not phony, and it's not AI, and it's from one of the most real persons I've ever met in my life, Sean Horton, who quoted James Baldwin, who said, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced."
Well, Mr. Baldwin always had a good moment.
Are we going to have a shakeout here? Okay, we all know by now, even I am aware that AI is out of control. And it's almost as if a $10,000 tool has been given to a 4-year-old and he doesn't know what to do with it.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
AI isn't out of control.
No.
The way people are using AI is out of control.
Yeah.
Tara, Dave and I had a great conversation this morning about proper uses of AI. It can be a marvelous tool. Let me tell you something, man. If you think, people say, all you have to do is look for the M dash. First of all, that's not true.
What does M dash mean?
The M dash meaning, when you see like an M dash being like you stop in the middle of the sentence, add an afterthought, and then go back to the main point of the sentence. It's a break.
Oh,
it's the dash. So, it's that quick dash followed by a comment, followed by another quick dash back to the main point of the sentence. Okay. It is it's an abrupt appositive. Okay. Spotting AI is not about spotting. What am I looking for here? Grammar. It's not about spotting specific kinds of grammar. It's about spotting the connection of ideas. You can tell when somebody's actually thought out, when they're writing in the style that is theirs, or when they're just kind of doing created by Chat GPT at the bottom of their email. Not to name any names. Yeah, but exactly is what I'm talking about here. And there's a lot of that, Dave. I think Michael Freeze had it right. It's like AOL's You Got Mail. When it first started, everybody used it like crazy.
Yeah.
And then eventually it became part of the blur of the background. I am encouraged by how much slop there is out there. It made me feel good, to be honest with you, Tara. I said, oh, wait, you still got to have talent.
Yeah. I mean, I use AI every single day, like every day, for the simple tasks that just make my life go faster, revising something, making something in the right format. But voice and creativity and all of that, no, it's no,
You can't do it. It can't be done. And it's like,
no.
and the number of insults that were tossed at us over the last week and a half from even the speech that was being read against Dave and I, or against me, it was so obviously AI generated. It was so obvious that it was being read from an AI generated teleprompter. It was
Yes.
staggering.
Make a poem about how terrible Jimmy is and
Yeah.
then just read it.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do when I get home today? I'm going to
What's
add,
that?
I've never used AI, okay? So
Nope.
you have to download a program, I'm sure, correct?
No, you can
It's
just
it's just a
you
website.
you can actually do what Lindsay's done, and you can get a subscription to ChatGPT, which of course makes it more in depth for you. But you can just use ChatGPT without having to have any subscription.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to ask that question today. Write me a poem about how bad Jimmy Mack is.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. It can do it, but once again, it goes back to your prompt, because just as an exercise, I wrote in once again a whole lot of details. I wrote a 4-paragraph description of a person, a genuine one, like on the nose, on the money. It was brutal. And had I gone back in and done a couple of tweaks in my own voice, it would have set off. But the AI is only as good as you are. Like we had the author on last week. If it's a reflection of you, it reflects you. But if you don't write look, guys, Torque is a great example. So we've had Torque on the show, the AI, the AI vehicles, automatic vehicles, trucks. They figured out, unlike everybody else, that they needed truckers writing the prompts. That they had to work with truckers to write the prompts to get the thing to work properly. Because without it didn't understand the language of the road.
I'm going to ask you guys a question, and this is a serious question. It sounds silly. Do you think that if the Jetsons had not come around, that we would be having a discussion about autonomous vehicles?
Ooh.
Can you answer that, Tara, or do you understand the reference?
I understand the reference enough to understand the reference,
I got
but
it.
not in depth. You know what I mean? Like I understand what he's saying.
Yes. Because of Tomorrowland and Ray Bradbury. Because the Jetsons is a product of that. If there hadn't been the Jetsons, there would have been the Jetsons. Do you follow me? But the question is, without Tomorrowland, without the sci-fi writers of the 1950s, like Ray Bradbury, like Harlan Ellison, like those guys, maybe not. If we hadn't had all those guys, look, part of this is the fact that does World War II accelerate all this stuff, because technology accelerates, but it also exposes millions of Americans to an education, both in the books that they got in their care packages and the GI Bill.
What is an accelerant? An accelerant is something that is violent. An accelerant explodes. The gasoline in a car is an accelerant. Diesel isn't so much an accelerant, it gets accelerated. But you know what I'm getting at.
Absolutely.
So an accelerant basically is a disruptive thing that you have to survive in a sense.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And if you come out the other side, you are further along. You're farther down the road. But if you don't survive it, you blow up with it. And that's, I mean, if you think about the fact, though, what did Rod Serling and Kurt Vonnegut, what did they do during World War II? They're bomber pilots.
Yeah, exactly.
And they saw the worst that mankind was capable of, but they also took advantage of what the war afforded them, which was great educations and opportunities to write and tell stories about what the future would look like if, in fact, what's the great line Charlie Booker had about Black Mirror? He always said, my shows are about where we're going to end up in 10 minutes if we're not careful. And, and that's just, by the way, Marshall says that he learned his history from the Flintstones.
A modern Stone Age family.
Who actually also learned their history from the Honeymooners, by the way.
But where did they learn how to drive?
Yeah, exactly, with their feet.
I love stuff like that, like the depictions of what future looks like, depictions of space and all the things that happened in the 70s. Ariana Grande, sorry to bring in a reference like this, but like Ariana, everything that she does is some sort of depiction of the future in different ways in music videos. And it's just, I don't know, it's so interesting to me.
By the way, guys, if you get a chance, you should really watch Ariana Grande do impersonations. It really is cool.
Oh, yeah, it's very good.
It's very, very,
I've never
very
seen
good.
Ariana Grande do impersonations.
Yeah, she's amazing at it, by the way. She is amazing, by the way. Go ahead, Dave. Talk for me for a second.
Yes. I don't think I'm being heard.
Yeah.
Did something happen?
I think people can hear us, though, which is all that really matters here. You can hear us, right, Tara?
Yep.
Okay. So,
all good.
Go on. Go on. Go on.
It's that cable.
Okay.
It's the cable.
Go on.
Forat brought to the table and said, I haven't turned my dial to that channel since y'all moved over to YouTube. I pretty much only listen to radio classics on XM now, occasionally some outlaw country, but the trucking stuff, he's over here with us. And Roger said, City of New Orleans, ? My uncle bought a Peterbilt 359 back in 1986 that he named the City of New Orleans. And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah.
I loved that comment.
Yes.
The other thing is the fact that I realized something else, and this really isn't an attack on what's going on the previous platform at all. In regards to now, this is an overall. I'm still amazingly puzzled at the short-term thinking that had them do what they did. There's no reason, Dave. They should have paid. They should have paid, and they should have paid it for you. They should have played that music license. They should have paid it. There's a way that you could have moved to more chat and to more conversation while at the same time allowing you to keep enough music to drop in songs from time to time. I've never understood that. I get it that they wanted to drive people to other channels, but think about what that says to truck drivers. We really don't want you to. We want a location point to attract trucking sponsors, but at the same time, we don't want to give you something that is uniquely your own. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I had a thought here, but I have to be able to. I'm trying to make it make sense in my own head, but I have a response to that, and it'll come to me after Tara starts talking. Then I can interrupt her.
All right, go on, Tara.
Yes, interrupt me whenever. Chris Gonzalez said, you guys have that radio voice, diverse knowledge on just about anything, and a true spirit. #Team Road Gang.
Okay, I got it. There are. Let's say you go to. Say there's a channel on the radio or a station for nurses, nursing radio, all nursing all the time. 24/7, nothing but nursing stuff. How to dress a wound, how to make a suture, how to do this and that and the other. It doesn't. Okay, and every nurse listening to that or watching that program will come back with some knowledge, and it'll reinforce their ability to do their job as a nurse. But it doesn't build any community of nurses.
That's it.
The Road Gang, the original Road Gang, did not talk about trucking because there was nothing to talk about. The English language proficiency thing was in there from 1937 along with everything else. I only mention that because that's a big topic right now. But what I'm getting at is all of that stuff was just there, and we ran, the trucks ran their own thing, the police ran their own thing, everybody ran their own thing, and everything was fine. It was all in the dark, okay? There was so the community was built. Then in 2000, things changed. 25 years ago, half of that quarter century ago. Let's put it that way. And then we now have informational based radio, and the attempt was to negate. There wasn't an attempt. But the result was you kind of negated the community to a point, and everybody had to gather around the same core kernel of what the programming was about. And the program was about information about trucking. Did we mention trucking? Okay. Then we broke that out into health and wellness, highway to health, all these other things, to bring the humanity back into it.
Community.
And here we are bringing the community back into it, because I'm looking at it right now on this freaking YouTube page where Marshall Platter just said, "I hear you, Dave. I think that's a line from a movie. I learned my history from the Flintstones." That's the community of people in all of these big pieces of equipment barreling down the highway.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And you replace community with controversy, and you replace community with complaint.
Yeah,
because that's the only options you have. Because because simply having an informational channel, people just aren't going to stick around for that. It's still going to be driven by personalities, both the people who are on the air and the people who are listening and participating on the air. And I used to always kind of argue with the guys at Sirius. Used to argue with them on a regular basis about this. And they believed in community. But I kept saying, dude, if you've got no reference points, if you've got no songs to play or clips to play, then there's nothing to kind of talk about and laugh about. If you're not bringing on guests that they can interact with, it just turns into a big giant receptacle for more and more sponsors, or worse than that, people in the supply chain who aren't drivers. We want access to the drivers, but what we really want to do is hear ourselves speak on the air. Because there's a lot of that too that we would deal with towards the end, where, you know, Donna was just throwing people at us who just wanted to be on the air for 15 minutes. And it's like, dude, I don't tell you how to run a supply chain. Don't tell me how to talk on the radio. And don't think that you can do this in the blink of an ie. Oh my God, I got off on a rant there for a second. But that's kind of.
He went off on the rant ramp.
Yeah.
The rant ramp, off ramp.
Write that
It comes
down,
to like
Tara.
I will. That's a new segment name. I put up a poll on our YouTube channel a while back, and a lot of you guys saw it and responded. But it was, what is your favorite topic that we discuss on air? And the options were like trucking history, so trucks and the road gang, and truck maintenance, trucking technology. There was the safety, rules, regs, politics, issues in trucking. And then the things that we do that's more of our old weekend style, the authors, artists, comedians, gaming, television, sports, all of that kind of stuff. And a lot of it was that trucking history, and a lot of it was that, but that is the human element of it versus all the rules and regs and politics. And I think that's what you guys are getting at, is just that, I don't know. I think a lot of people want both, but the community behind it is what really moves it on to the next thing. That stays the same. The rules and regs, politics, those things, they kind of stay the same in topic, but they change over time, and that community stays the same.
We have to go, Tara. At some point, we do have to address the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and I want to address something really quickly here. I was accused online of being dismissive towards the hopes and dreams of people who wanted to be in radio, who wanted to be influencers. There's been a lot of things said about me, most of which are true. I have never, ever dissuaded a young person or anybody with dreams or ambitions to be in this space from not pursuing those dreams. I have never looked anybody in the eye and say, you don't have what it takes. It was a straight up lie. And it also motivated a lot of our friends to finally say, that's enough. That's not who I am. But I wanted you just really quickly to let people know you were there that day, and none of what that man said happened. Literally, you were there. And we have receipts. 2 weeks later, one of the two people I talked to was on my show to give him an opportunity for a wider audience. And I just wanted to make sure I said that before we actually shuffled off this breaker back talk.
100%. I was the only one there with you, but that did not happen. I even took the picture of you guys that I have, my side of the story as well. And it just didn't happen. And like you said, they came on the show after that, and no, it's just not true. And they're trying to just flip the narrative, of course, to now be, oh, we love Dave, but Jimmy's bad, because obviously everyone loves Dave. Not everyone loves Jimmy, like opinionated and all the things. So that's okay, but that didn't happen.
Yeah,
and that's not true.
Yeah, the thing is, there's a lot of things people can criticize me for. That just ain't one
Not
of them.
it.
Straight up, by the way. Breaker back talk. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, the terrific Terrapin Tara.
I love
Tara,
it.
the terrific Terrapin.
You got to talk in the mic, Dave.
Tara, the terrific Terrapin.
We'll be right back after these messages. It's Nemo Nation, and Rebecca Brewster is going to arrive here shortly. Thank you, T.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
The headlines of landline.media, which will probably refresh later on today, in the fast-paced world of trucking, lots of information flying at us rapidly. There still is Mark Schwemmer's story about an exemption from a CEL. Should volunteer drivers for a charity be exempt from needing a CDL or an ELD? The FMCSA is accepting comments on the request. They need that data, folks. Louis Pugh, when he was here for Washington Trucking Week, lovely episode, by the way, from last week, where he simply used the time to be thankful for all the folks that work in their Washington, D.C. office who are working so hard for you guys. And by the way, he reserved his final comments for all the truckers out there. Speaking of truckers, we ask you guys to do your research. We ask you guys to participate in all of that kind of groovy stuff. As you listen to Nemo Nation, we're trying to give you a lot of information in an awful hurry to help you make decisions over the course of the week. Just like Dean Croak has been joining us on a regular basis every Monday, we are now, in the beginning of December, setting up a regular contribution at the top of the rapid fire half hour, and we pivot to that with Dre right now.
Through the years, through the decades, one of our longest running series on the Dave Nemo Show has been and continues to be ATRI on the air, the American Transportation Research Institute. This morning, for the first time, we're going to introduce a new series. Rebecca Brewster joins us for a few minutes every Monday morning to kind of give us a heads up at the beginning of the week in terms of what just happened. Did it really happen? What can we do about it? Or what's coming up in the world of ATRI? And this morning, Rebecca is going to join us and talk about something that we've never really talked about before in the program. And maybe you don't even realize that it exists. But you know about the top industry issues every year. They're out now, and we've been talking about them, of course. They've been doing this for a long time. And we've been talking about it for a long time, but they also break it down for the states. So this morning, we're going to take a look at 2 state reports and see how they compare to one another and how they compare to the overall national reports. And the states are New Jersey and Virginia. And Rebecca, I've used up all of your time introducing you, so I'm going to let you take over here for a moment. Good morning and welcome to December. How did we get here so fast?
I know this year has just flown by, so good morning, Dave, and we are really excited. The ATRI team and I are really excited to be joining you on Nemo Nation. And you're right. I think everyone knows about the Top Industry Issues Survey. We've been doing it for this was our 21st year. generates a lot of attention, generates a lot of participation by everyone across the industry. But what isn't as well known is that we work very closely with the 50 state trucking associations, and in an attempt to get them to incentivize their membership to respond to the survey and people within their respective states to respond to the survey, we set up a sort of a friendly competition among the states. And for any state trucking association that is able to generate a minimum of 35 responses from within their state, we will do a state analysis. And I always find those state analyses so interesting because it really highlights the differences between what's happening in those states. And so we'll talk a little bit about New Jersey and Virginia, but one thing I want to let your listeners know is for very specific reasons, these state analyses do not include driver responses. And so people are saying, well, why not? Drivers matter. They do. But in our view, drivers have a much more global view on these issues. So I might be a driver who my home address is in Virginia, but I drive the lower 48. And so my perspective isn't focused on what's happening in Virginia necessarily. It's based on what's happening everywhere in the U.S. So when and that's so critical, and we break out the driver top issues, and we break out owner operators and company drivers. But for these state specific reports, it's everybody else. It's motor carriers, industry suppliers, law enforcement, government, anyone from the state who does the survey and indicates where their home base is. Then we go into these. And so this morning, two very different states. First of all, the state of Virginia. You see when you look at their top 10, they're very, for the most part, workforce focused. So number one among folks in Virginia, the driver shortage. Number 4, driver retention. Number 7, diesel technician shortage. So they've got concerns over sort of how do we fill the spots in the industry. But they've also got some other interesting concerns. One we don't see pop up very often on these state lists is the hours of service rules. But among respondents in Virginia, the hours of service rules come in at number 9. Very interesting. Also high on the Virginia list, truck parking coming in at number 5. And that, it makes sense because for carriers who are based in Virginia, you think about the big Northern Virginia area with federal government, state government. There's just a big complex there that doesn't necessarily lend itself to the availability of truck parking. So we see truck parking on theirs. Contrast that with New Jersey, and it is a whole different picture. The number one concern in New Jersey, independent contractor status. And we see that particular issue, the threats to allowing owner-operators and independent contractors work as they would like crops up at the state level. And New Jersey is certainly one of those states where it crops up. So we see that as number one. And the number 2 concern in New Jersey, cargo theft. Again, an issue that we see in ATRI's research on cargo theft. We see New Jersey highlighted as a place where it's particularly problematic. You've got the Port of New York, New Jersey. There's just unfortunately, a lot of opportunity for the bad guys to be at work in New Jersey. And the only other one I wanted to point out on the New Jersey list is battery electric vehicles. Now, Dave, you'll recall when we talked about the overall top 10 list, battery electric vehicles dropped from number 6 last year to number 23 this year because of all that the Trump administration has done to roll back those mandates. But in certain states, New Jersey being one of them, this issue is still brewing and is still problematic. So it's fascinating to look at how individuals rank these issues in their states. And, quite frankly, I always say the top industry issues is one of my favorite things overall. But these state reports are really interesting to understand what's happening around the country and how that impacts the trucking industry in that state.
Very interesting. It's so funny, when we do the top 10, we've done it in 2 programs. We did the first program last week, and we always say, well, let's start with number 1 instead of doing Letterman style, because the bottom half are more interesting sometimes than the top half. this is more interesting than the whole thing, I think, because to see the differences in these states, you would think cargo theft isn't even on Virginia's list at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And they're not, geographically, they're not that far apart.
Exactly. Right down the road.
You know, and
yeah.
Virginia has a port, just like New York and New Jersey, certainly not of the size, but it is interesting, you know, how these issues impact predominantly carriers. I mean, there are certainly others, like I said, industry suppliers, law enforcement, government, but it is predominantly folks from motor carriers that are being calculated. Their votes are being calculated in these state reports.
That's one of the best.
So it is interesting to see those issues pop up.
I'm interrupting you because that is one of the best 10 minutes I've heard in radio in a long time. My dear friend, Rebecca Brewster, welcome to the Monday morning Nemo Nation family. At long last, you've been part of the family for a long time, but now you're in the inner circle.
Thank you, Rebecca. And by the way, this is why you get a full segment too, by the way, because it only sets up a lot of stuff to unpack. Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah,
Best of December.
Monday morning. Okay, then. We are about ready to move on.
By the way, I got a chance to meet Ben a while back. Ben Greenberg is the president and CEO of the North Carolina Trucking Association. Here's the irony. I met him in Georgia.
Yeah.
I met him in Georgia for the North Carolina Trucking Association's conference that they had there. It was a spectacular time. We got a chance to celebrate a friend's birthday down there. They were terrific hosts. He is joining us this morning, by the way. Thrilled to have you, Ben. Good morning and welcome to Nemo Nation. Fast-paced as we are, we hope to get the most out of you in the limited time that we have. Good morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. It was nice to meet you in Georgia.
And let the booting crackdown begin. Ben, you got quite a topic for our discussion here this morning. Today is the big day. It's the 1st of December, and the new booting laws go into effect. And unusually, they go into effect on commercial trucks first, and then the cars are going to come along, correct?
Well, we were working on tackling the commercial truck issue. I don't know whether we'll see any changes in personal auto practices. That would be, for another group to call on their government for. But we were seeing the real issues, with predatory booting affecting commercial trucks in North Carolina.
So I want people to go to nctrucking.com to find out more about Ben's organization. This has been a long road to hoe because, there's a lot of states who have made some real reform efforts, and there are states that are still behind the times. Part of what you guys have done is taken point on making sure that you guys are ahead of the times. Tell people what has changed, what used to be and what is now with this bill going into effect.
Yeah, absolutely. So, historically, there weren't really any laws on the books impacting towing and commercial trucks in North Carolina. And we were having a real hotbed of issues, particularly in the Charlotte market. I know you just had my friend Rebecca Brewster on, and she'll tell you, Charlotte is the home of the bottlenecks in North Carolina. So you've got a high traffic area, limited truck parking, and we were seeing trucks that were just being hit for these predatory booting charges of $3,000, $5,000 plus for 15 minutes of work, when the issue was they didn't want the trucks parked there, and yet they were immobilizing them in these spots. And so that was the law now is that booting a commercial truck or doing any other type of traffic enforcement that immobilizes a vehicle is a misdemeanor in North Carolina. That's part one, and that became a law, as you mentioned, at midnight this morning. The other piece of the legislation requires the release of commercial cargo. And so in the instance of a tow of a commercial truck, cargo can now be freed. And one of the means of freeing it would be doing a trailer swap with an empty trailer just to be able to keep freight moving down the road while folks work out the issues on the tow.
It got real bad, too. You're quoted in the Sun coverage on this, in terms of factories not being able to operate because the parts are in a trailer someplace under a boot. And that became a big thing.
And, Yeah, the reality is that cargo ends up getting held hostage, right? And so, whenever I'm talking about this issue, I like to always preface it in saying not all towing companies are predatory, right? These are essential operators that we need, particularly when we get in a bind, but the lack of legislation and regulation in this space has led to some bad operators getting themselves set up, and they charge unfair prices, and they're utilizing essential equipment to extort operators from paying these incredibly large and outrageous fees just to be able to keep factories moving, groceries from spoiling, you name it. As you guys know, everything goes on a truck at some point.
One of the things that is also encouraging about this is I'm glad you mentioned that there are many companies that actually offer towing services and sometimes actually have to act as the arm of enforcement as well. The problem is when you allow predatory companies to have sway, it drives people who would do the business legitimately out because it means that those folks corner markets, make profits, sometimes predatory profits, and prevent anybody who wants to do it right. So you're not just actually assisting truck drivers across the state of North Carolina, you're actually helping the legitimate towing service companies, correct?
Yeah, that's 100% right. And so we did work with the towing and recovery professionals of North Carolina on some of our legislation. And the funny thing is that there was no opposition to a ban on booting commercial trucks, right? Not from the operators that are, working with that organization and are the ones that you would want to call, consensually when you were in a bind.
Let me ask you something too, because you mentioned working with legitimate towing interests. Talk about to our listeners to help them understand, and it goes a long way to help them understand what a trucking association does, is that you are in the business of creating coalitions because you're in the business of actually having an effect on what happens in the legislative halls of North Carolina. Talk about how when you decide to do something like this, the process by which you guys reach out and make sure that you have enough allies to get whatever programs or projects you have across the finish line.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it. It's not me deciding, it's our members deciding, right? So we have a legislative committee at the association and we vote on our priorities. We do a ranked choice survey every year. Those priorities get voted on by our board of directors and that becomes official NCTA legislative priorities. And then the next step is exactly what you mentioned. We go and look for partners and coalitions to be able to get the necessary stories to our lawmakers for them to see the need to act and then also to feel the support and pressure to move quickly on it. And that's exactly what we did with this booting bill. The issue was raised up as an area of concern. We had it voted on by our legislative committee. It was stamped by our board. And then we went to work with finding lawmakers that would listen to trucking companies tell their stories of pain points. We brought drivers to the General Assembly. We brought owners of companies to the General Assembly. And we brought legitimate towing and recovery operators to the General Assembly as well to sort of tell the full picture story of this ecosystem and how it's just not functioning properly in North Carolina.
The other thing you have to do as well, too, is you have to navigate very carefully because sometimes, and I'm going to allude to it rather than put you on the spot and make you go straight at people, you've also got to maneuver around very provincial and parochial interests. And I'm talking about in regards to the way certain counties are set up, in the way that things have always been done in certain places. So the real friction, it seems to me, is you are running and rubbing up against folks who are used to doing things a certain way and often are connected to other players, either in government or in municipal government as well. Is that fair?
That's completely fair. And the examples kind of speak to it, right? We'd have to have a much longer segment to go through all the stories of the issues that folks have had over the years in this space, but there's plenty of literature and firsthand accounts out there for anybody that gets behind a keyboard for a little bit of time.
Ben, you've laid out a pretty good game plan now. Have any of the other states taken a look at what you guys are doing to maybe pick up the ball in their state?
Yeah, 100%. And, we weren't the first to be able to get reform passed in this area. Lots of other states in the Southeast have been working on this issue, but it's a state-by-state coalition. And the beauty of what we do as state execs is that we all collaborate and work together and help get things across the finish line just to improve the industry. And sometimes that's a top-down approach where the American Trucking Association is able to lead with its Hill team. And a lot of times it has to be a top-up effort where these are just state issues like predatory towing, where the state coalitions have to get together, but we have support from everyone in our industry and the entire federation to be able to come up with model language, what works, case studies on issues to be aware of, and then organizations like ATRI that really help us by giving us the objective data points necessary to make the right case and to get the stories to our lawmakers to help them feel motivated to get something across the finish line.
Ben, we're going to get you on for a longer segment so you can give us kind of a vast panorama of all of the things that are concerning North Carolinians these days behind the wheel of a truck. But I'm going to let you get back to your regular scheduled life. By the way, Ben, when he is not doing this, is actually enjoying time with his family, hiking mountains or walking on the beaches. There's a reason why North Carolina is called God's country. It has except for tropical forest, it has every single ecosystem that a country or state or area could have. Thank you, Ben. We love to get you back on the air. Thank you, sir.
See you guys.
All right. nctrucking.com is the place to go to find out about more what Ben and his folks over there in Tar Heel State do. One of the other groovy things about not being on the previous platform anymore is I'm able to be a huckster. I'm able to be a pitchman. And I got to tell you, Dave, on my birthday, we had maybe three people had bought Reeves on our Reeves Across America page. By the time our folks in Nemo Nation were done, 30.
Fantastic.
We're at 30 Reeves sold. I bring this up because Gorgeous George has returned, as we're going to keep on doing until the last possible minute. Courtney George, the Director of Transportation and Industry Relations, makes another appearance here. This isn't a regular ongoing thing until we get to crunch time. How is the time crunching you, Courtney?
The time is crunching me pretty good. We are, at the exciting point where we've seen a lot of drivers show up over the weekend. We are looking forward to so many drivers coming this week. I know a lot of drivers have questions about the weather. It is going to be okay. This is Maine in December, which, historically has been very kind to me. So we are knocking on all things wood. I've got one load open that delivers here in the state of Maine, and one load that is open going to Wisconsin. So we've got some great opportunities for a carrier out there to get loaded and get involved. And, it's all things beautiful. I mean, getting to see all the happy drivers when they got here is huge.
By the way, Dean is leaving probably on Wednesday evening to come up and see you guys. I, of course, leave in the wee small hours of the morning of either Thursday night or Friday morning, depending upon where you are in the country or the world. So we'll be seeing you soon as well. You guys, they're starting to show up. Kind of set the scene for us as well, Courtney, about what the week is going to be like for you up in Columbia Falls, what you'll be seeing, and what you'll be doing. And you can give us a real point by point if you want to, because I want people to get a sense if they decide to do it next year, because right now, for most people, it is, if you want to do it now, you got to start making your plans for next year. But set the scene point by point about what a person will experience when they get up there.
Yeah, so 100% when you come in, we want you to park. We want you to come get signed in. You'll see either Greg Morin or Rick at the driver's check-in desk. You won't be able to miss it. It's right there when you come in. We'll get you checked in. We're going to do everything we can to get you loaded at that moment. Or, tell you when we're going to get you loaded, depending on your loading appointment. You're going to check in with them. Also, we've got a QR code that you can scan to sign up to do part of the driver experience. One thing that's really important to me is that every single driver has an amazing time. So what I want is for you to sign up and go out there and be able to enjoy the sights and what we've created here in Columbia Falls. You'll get to go through the plant and see the wreaths being produced. You'll get to go take a tour of the tip land. That's something really neat and special we love. for everyone to be able to get involved in and enjoy is to see the Tipland tour. Come tour our museum, as well as, get that guided tour through, obviously the museum, obviously the plant, obviously through the Tipland. But you also have the ability to participate in the Remembrance Tree program. So you can have a dog tag made for someone who maybe you served for or served with. And that dog tag will be out there, and you get to place it in our Tipland. That Remembrance Tree program is huge. We've got to date over 20,000 wreaths out there. So that says so much about us.
Also, really quickly, the idea is that when you get out there too, is that you are in that driver's lounge, and I would love for you. I know we've talked about this on, trucking tributes and all this kind of stuff, but just one more time, tell them what that driver's lounge is like, because Dave can speak to it for the first time after last year.
Yeah.
I mean, he
and
was
the
like,
Tiplands too.
yeah, he actually walked in there. Well, you got to experience the Tiplands.
Tiplands in the summer.
Yeah. Which was fantastic. It is beautiful in the winter, but stay in the car as much as possible.
That driver's lounge is like nowhere else you're going to go. We've got a wood burning stove that's, out there keeping everyone warm. You're going to get a great greeting, a thank you bag. We've got the Tyson's cook team. They've been up here prepping all weekend, getting ready for this week, and all the drivers that are a part of that. So the cook team is there serving 3 hot meals a day. I do have, bathrooms with showers. Basically anything you could want short of getting your hair cut or something you got to buy. We've probably got there at our driver's lounge. And it's just great to watch all the drivers come in and the fellowship that they have. And really their ability to, I'm just going to say, come in and be part of the family. It's very much a family atmosphere in our lounge. And I love that.
I really love the volunteers, by the way. There's a group of women and men who aren't connected to trucking. They're simply connected to Maine. They're connected to the mission. Mm-hmm. They care deeply about the Worcester family. They care deeply about Wreaths Across America. They care deeply about the men and women that serve this country. And when you walk in, the only reason they're there is to say good morning, get you a hot cup of coffee, and kind of get you straight in the direction you want to get to. It's one of my favorite things about them. I love those people. I've made a couple of friends along the way, so that when I see them, they get to, and they remember people too, don't they?
They definitely do. I am more impressed year over year with them.
Guys, I want you to go to wreathsacrossamerica.org. There is 1 or 2 lanes left, one going to Wisconsin. Don't hesitate to reach out to Courtney and connect with her. Courtney, tell them where they can connect with you again before we shuffle you off this radio coil.
Absolutely. So to get in touch with me, all you've got to do is go to or I should say just email trucking@wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Trucking@wreathsacrossamerica.org. It is the beating heart of what makes all of this move forward. It is why we're able to remember, honor, and teach. We love remembering, honoring, and teaching about Courtney George, except for the fact that she's still here and can do that work herself. Thank you, Courtney. Get out of here. I'll see you in less than a week.
Thank you. See y'all soon.
Thank you, Courtney. 5,500 participating cemeteries this year. I was stunned when I heard that number.
It's getting bigger by the minute. Guys, reach out at trucking@wreathsacrossamerica.org. We'll be right back after these messages.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering. remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
We are merging into traffic on Nemo Nation. By the way, speaking of merging into traffic, the New York State transportation officials announced upcoming travel restrictions for empty trucks due to winter weather. By the way, this has been going on since Thursday, November the 27th. All empty trucks and trailers will be banned from traveling on the New York State Thruway, I-90 from exit 53. That's Buffalo to the Pennsylvania state line in both directions. We will be figuring out if that ban has been lifted yet. It was effective on November the 27th. By the way, today is December the 1st.
It is.
We're now in a new month, new nation, as we move towards the end of this particular year. It has been both an accelerative and slog of a year, has it not?
It certainly has.
It's, normally you can say, boy, it's been a fast year, or boy, this has been interminable. This year has literally been hurry up and wait. Like, you'll go like, oh my God, will we ever get out of August? Why does it have 58 days? And then you get to September and you're like, October just showed up all of a sudden in the blink of an eye. That's how we kind of run things here at Nemo Nation. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre, who I point at right now. Get a little transition music going on for you there, John. Don't know if you were able to hear it, but we played a little music to kind of bring you in. So when we replay that, you'll hear John go, hello. John Maley, of course, is the senior sales executive and the host of Stay in Your Lane podcast. He's senior sales exec at Triple T Transport, and he is, as how we call it, an honest and plain dealer, the Cleveland plain dealer. Although he's not from Cleveland, but I can say the Cleveland plain dealer because he's a plain dealer when it comes to information and facts. He sticks to that and demands that people stay in their lane. He's a regular contributor here at Nemo Nation. Good morning to you, John.
Well, good morning, Nemo Nation. How is everyone this morning?
Doing fine so far, John. That's for sure. This is Dave. Hey, did you hear Jimmy talking about the truck ban on the New York State Thruway just now?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I was on hold. I wasn't able to hear
Gotcha.
while I was listening.
No problem. And he kind of ran through just a little clip of news there. They've had some real problems up there, and they were stopping any empty tractor trailers coming across. And I'm just thinking through the years, I'd say about the past 10 years or so, the people in New York have the hardest time when and whether to close those roads. And my God, it's always like this made-for-TV movie every time something happens up there. Have you ever noticed that about those poor folks up there?
I have, and I would say it's even worse as you get up to the Buffalo area.
Yeah.
Oh, it's brutal. I have a theory, by the way, it doesn't happen in Ohio as much, is because there's so much road construction that the perpetual heat prevents it from ever getting so cold that they have to shut anything down. It's just a thought. John, you've been on the show a couple of times already, and you're a regular contributor here. I wanted to take a chance, by the way. I know there's stuff that you want to talk about, but I wanted to give people a sense, you've been doing this since you were 21 years old. You've been really, knee-deep in logistics and in trucking in this world, and I wanted to kind of take a moment as a friend of this show, if you could kind of tell people a little bit about your own career and your own love of trucking and how you've gotten so deeply enmeshed in it. I just wanted to give you that opportunity if you'd like to take it.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, I don't know that anybody knows what you're going to do. When you're a child or and you're in school, you're young, you're impressionable. You have all these dreams, right, of what you'd like to do, right? Going to be a policeman, a fireman, someone it seems like in every class always wants to be the president, right?
Right.
and you have these dreams, and then reality sometimes gets you, and you go where there's opportunity, right? So I actually started here a month before my 20th birthday. So for me, it was a different world back then in the industry that I'm in. So I think sometimes I always had my head down and just worked whenever there was opportunity for to try and pick up an extra buck or to hustle. I always had at least one job and some side work. I didn't come from a family that had you had to figure it out. And then if you wanted to work in this industry, if you want to work, there's always plenty of people wanting to work you. Some of them will take advantage of you, but you have to kind of sort through that. I think everyone has to do that on their own, and then you find your path.
And it is brought to you, by the way, to Triple T Transport, where you are now in the wonderful position of being the senior sales executive, but also the host of Stay in Your Lane podcast. And one of the things that I know you and I have talked about this in regards to being a podcaster and kind of being a forward-facing element here is that you see it as a way of making connections. You see it as not so much a way of kind of burnishing your own star, but a way of using the podcast, using the platform as a way of getting a chance to talk to people, in an environment that kind of allows you to kind of keep, your own brand out there, but at the same time give, as you always say, am I providing content? Am I providing good information? What do you think the key is in regards to, in your position as, in both brokering lanes and freight and all that stuff, what do you see as how to present good information, how to tell the truth to customers, how to tell the truth to listeners?
Well, I think that has to be how you operate, if that's who you are, right? So, if you look at anything that I post or that we post, you appreciate some humor here and there every once in a while, but it's not your focus. You're not necessarily trying to get attention by posting things that get everyone's attention. You're trying to bring things to light and bring guests to the podcast that are respected and high value people that bring everyone in the industry a different perspective. So I think our motive, or my motive here, is to separate ourselves from time wasters, to be quite honest. If you get people for 10 or 5 or 15 minutes of the week and they give you their ear, you want to make the most of it by bringing them some value.
That's always, by the way, Dave, when I talk to John, one of the first questions he always asks me, and we're friends, we always talk about, he said, am I bringing you value? Is always the first question he asks. So you talked about the idea of attention, and it isn't about getting attention. It's about, I think, to some degree, calling attention to the things that have captured your own attention. So that brings up the question we ask everybody when they drop in on Nemo Nation, which is, what is capturing your attention these days? What are you focused on? What are you keeping a close eye on, John?
I like that Sean Duffy came out and said that they were going to go after shippers to hold the shippers accountable for vetting their carrier base that they hire. Me in the broker position, I have to work with both sides. And how do I say this? You have to do what's right down the middle. And sometimes you lose because it's the right thing to do. Right? I mean, you lose because it's the cost of doing good business. But so often we see the industry from an insurance perspective. It's $10,000 a day fine per piece of equipment on the road, not insured. But yet I've never seen anybody enforce that from a governmental perspective. So it's on us to do that. And then we vet our carriers consistently through all of the systems and means and highway and all the other tools that we have to keep up on where they're at from a safety perspective and a character perspective and an overall liability perspective for ourselves and for our shippers, but also for our carriers, so that everybody's operating on the level that we need to. But we can't see, there's not an opportunity to vet to every driver.
Do we lose him?
Level.
Oh, there we got him back. Yeah, somebody called him. I could hear that little clip there.
There's no way to vet down to the driver level for us at this stage. And, so we appreciate the support that brings, I think, the industry, and anything that pushes the industry to a higher level of character and integrity. We need that right now, and from a safety perspective more than anything.
We have been talking about the same rules and regulations that have been in place since the beginning of rules and regulations for trucking. And we have let it all just slip away with non-enforcement.
No enforcement.
And we talk about how egregious these laws are, but how can an egregious law be a problem if it's never enforced? But then all of a sudden it becomes this mountain of unenforcement that has hit us right now. And it seems like it just came out of the blue and it's overnight, but it's been developing for decades and decades.
30 years.
Yeah.
By the way, General Grant had a great quote about bad laws. He said the best way if a law is actually bad, is actually egregious or not a good law, the best way to get rid of it is to enforce it. He said, if you really think a law is bad and you want it off the books, rather than not enforcing it, either get rid of it by legislative action or enforce it. People will figure out really quickly whether it's right or wrong at that point. John, I got to tell you, I really like the fact that you are that Duffy is focusing on the shippers as well, because you're in many ways saying, we penalize truck drivers first. They seem to be the only victims of enforcement. And what Duffy's comments suggest, if I'm hearing you right, is that nope, everybody's going to get it. Everybody's going to get it, not just individual truck drivers.
We're going to hold everyone accountable. I mean, let's be honest, guys. You don't have to be in this industry 30 years to notice that one statement is always going to be true. And it doesn't matter how much you say thank you. It matters, but at the end of the day, is there enough that you can pay and compensate a driver for what the job really is that they're doing? Is there an amount of money that you could say, you know what, that's a good amount for what they're doing? If you don't have that level of respect for what the job is today in the trucking industry, then I think you've missed it already.
Yeah, that kind of lands in regards to, like I've always said, that it all begins with training. And that one of the big worries that nobody will articulate, that if you actually properly trained a driver from the beginning, meaning a good CDL program followed by a really rigorous onboarding process at their first job, he or she would figure out very quickly how much they're worth. Because if you go through the entire checklist of what you're actually supposed to be doing, it is... You're right. You can't pay them enough, can you? I mean, I'm talking exaggeratively. Yeah, $1 million a year, everybody would be fighting to get into it. But you hit the nail on the head, John. It's like if you look at every single duty that's actually required of these people, if you do it properly, there's no number. It's an invaluable resource to the company, correct?
Absolutely. And if you break it down to what their wages are today, it's unfortunate. And you see the drivers say, the brokers are pushing rates down, and the problem is there's too many brokers, there's too many trucks right now for the supply, for the demand that we have, and it's hurting everyone in the industry. Everyone's getting squeezed. And been getting squeezed for years. So how do we navigate the forward push on the right, doing what's right for the right reasons, and then compensating drivers so that if you're a truck driver, your wife can stay home and raise a family like it used to be,
John,
on your income.
John, we gotta let you go, but I want to point out something here that's really fun. It is 8:43 a.m. on Monday morning, December the 1st, and John Maley, Louis Pugh, and Jimmy Mack all absolutely agree across the board on something that was just said. Think about that. Absolutely.
History in the making.
History in the making, my friend. Oh my God, John, we love having you on. What are you looking at next? What's coming up for you that you want to turn people's attention to? Where do you want eyes? How can we bring you value?
I think that I'm going to start the year off with some economists talking about what to expect in the year. So if you're interested in seeing or listening to what projections people have and thoughts, we're going to go ahead and share that to try and get a handle on where the economy is going. But just everybody have a safe holiday season. I think that's important. Sometimes when you struggle and things are the toughest is when you really realize what's important.
John Maley, of course, of Triple T Transport and also the Stay in Your Lane podcast, is a regular contributor here at Nemo Nation. We hope we bring him the value that he brings us. John, thank you very much, sir.
Hey, you gentlemen have a wonderful day.
Thank you, John.
By the way, go Buckeyes.
By the way, I can get behind that, by the way. Anything that helps the Irish is a good day for Rod Knopfsinger and George O'Connor. Thank you, John. Dave, Lindsay and I have talked to them. Lindsay and I have been on their Trucking with Oida podcast. They have actually been on the show with us as well. Have you gotten a chance to talk with Scott Thompson and Ashley Blackford?
I have not. I've been listening, but I haven't had a chance to talk.
Well, allow me the honor of introducing the hosts of Trucking with Oida, Scott Thompson and Ashley Blackford. I'm just going to kind of step back here and give you guys a chance to talk to this man for a second. Dave, say good morning.
Good morning, Ashley. Good to talk to you at long last.
Good morning. Yes, and we definitely will get you on the show because we'd love to have you on and chat with you.
Well, thank you very much. Scott, good morning to you.
Hey, Dave. How you doing?
Fantastic. So here we are, 1st of December. We were kind of talking about what kind of a weird year it's been. It's been a year that kind of zoomed by and then kind of got bogged down in several places too. Scott, what are your thoughts about 2025 going into the end of the year? And then we are going to hit our 250th anniversary next year as a nation.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun year for sure. I know there's a lot planned nationally and looking forward to all that. Yeah, 2025 has been a bit of a weird year in a lot of ways, I would say, for sure. Just looking at the trucking side of things, I think we were all hoping and waiting that this freight recession that I keep joking is going on, 4 years going on 40 at this point. I think we had all hoped that it would kind of have subsided by now. Clearly has not. So that would be my hope for 2026 as we look ahead here, in that, we'll start to see some improvements. We've got Carter Veith. We spoke with him actually a few days ago from Act Research about what he's seeing out there, and holiday shipping season not quite being what it normally is. He is cautiously optimistic that we may start seeing some changes in the coming months. I am much more on the cautious side of that, obviously hopeful, but that's kind of my hopes for 2026 as we look ahead here, which is crazy to think about too. As you mentioned there, the year really has zoomed by, that we're almost ready to say goodbye to 2025 here and hello to 2026. But that would kind of be my hope as we look ahead here for sure.
Yeah, and the year did go by really, really quickly, except for the fact that August seemed to take out an extra 24 days at some point. I don't know how that happened, but it managed to get its hand on 24 days. Ashley, and then Scott can answer this too as well. There's a lot of hope, and look, I said whether you're rooting for the president or rooting against the president, everybody is rooting for the United States of America. There are a lot of people who think that one of the improvements in the economy might be if the Supreme Court says, yeah, you don't have the power to just enforce the tax at will, which is what a tariff to some people is. Do you guys feel like, Ashley, that if the Supreme Court strikes down the executive power of the tariff and all those tariffs evaporate in the blink of an eye, that might in fact turn the economy around? And then we'll get to some fun stuff. I wanted to get through the business stuff first.
I'm going to let Scott take that one. I feel like he is more on top of the tariff aspect of things, so I'm going to let him take that one.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of a cluster, isn't it? It does look, look, I don't know. We have no idea what the Supreme Court's going to decide here. It does seem, if you read the tea leaves, like they're leaning toward maybe, taking the president's power away there and kind of wiping the slate clean, I suppose. And yeah, I mean, I guess that would be beneficial in a lot of ways. I also think it would add a bit in the short term, at least, to the cluster. So you'd be talking, refunds and all these other things that are kind of floating around out there. But yeah, I just, going back to the first thing we were talking about there with 2025, I think you got to talk about tariffs when you talk about everything that we've seen and all the uncertainty that this has, kind of created throughout the supply chain. So if you were to have the Supreme Court, and if it's doing a lot of heavy lifting there, I think, but if you were to have the Supreme Court say that the president doesn't have these powers, we're going to wipe that slate clean, it would take away some of the uncertainty. But at the same time, I don't know what that looks like in terms of, the president continuing to push it. That may be the end of the story. I don't know. Nobody knows. But yeah, it would go a long way, I think, toward ending some of that uncertainty. However, I think it opens up a whole other, bag of uncertainty that we're not even sure what's inside of it. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But it does appear that we may be heading that direction, and we're at the will of everybody else out there, I suppose, with that.
I'm going to actually, since Ashley so nicely deferred, kind of throw a question back to you now, Ashley. It's been 6 months since we've all kind of launched our own platforms over here. We all started in June. We all did the impossible. I mean, I can't give you guys enough credit. You went from having to do landline now to all of a sudden pivoting to trucking with OIDA. It is available every place you get your podcast. It's available here, by the way, immediately after the show on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Can you talk a little bit about what your future plans are for the project, kind of an overview of how you've gotten where you've gotten so far, and some of the challenges and some of the exciting things that are to come?
Wow. We've said this a lot
Next
in this
question.
process. Yeah, exactly. I'll lob that to Scott. No. I know through this process we've said, like, we're flying the plane as we're building it, and it's been the most just crazy learning experience. It's a lot of growing pains, but it's been such a exciting time as well. We've definitely learned a lot in the past 6 months, and I know that we're going to learn a lot more in the next 6 months. But one thing I think I've enjoyed is just, again, like we did back with Landline Now, is just the people we've been able to talk to. And with this, we've kind of loosened up a little bit and kind of widened our audience of who we've brought on, and that's been just incredible. It's taught us a lot. Yeah, I mean, the next 6 months, I feel like there's a lot in store. I'm sure lots more learning, and yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes.
Ashley, this is Dave. One of the things that
he does it all the time.
Yeah, you've got one of those voices you don't need. It's like when Mom calls and she says, "Hey, it's Mom." Yeah, I know. She's got one of those voices.
Tell her I said hi. I spent my life in radio, and I thought that what we're doing here is the same thing, only different. And I found out, not in a hurry, but in a big way, that no, this is completely different. You spent your career on camera, doing television news and things. How much different is this stuff than that? Did you find it like, wait a minute, it's not really the same at all, is it?
No, it's definitely a lot different. This, I feel like I'm able to breathe. I feel like back in my TV days, it was just hustle, hustle, hustle. I mean, there's still obviously hustle in this, but there's an opportunity to just really get to know people and talk to people. When you're in TV, they want your news story to be like a minute 30. And I mean, you guys know a minute 30, you can't get much out of somebody in that time. And so just being able to do kind of a longer form and more laid back, and it's not so much pressure. I love that. And also having the specific topic. Obviously, there's, trucking is vast and there's so much to it. But just having so many different topics to cover in the umbrella of trucking, that's been really interesting as well.
Scott, this is Dave. Scott, you.
Wait, hang on. Who am I talking to? Who is it?
Yeah, Dave who?
Yeah, really.
Dave who?
Really.
Yeah.
Dave's not here.
Actually, you're there.
Goes too far.
No, you're there.
If I'm not mistaken, you spent some time in Seoul City, right, in Korea?
Yeah. I lived in Seoul, South Korea for about 7.5 years. Did some TV and radio there as well. And then moved back here to the Kansas City area where my parents are back in 2015. So it's been about 10 years now since I've been back. And that time, you talk about time flying, that really has been a time flying kind of situation there for sure.
So basically you went from one really intense baseball culture to another. I just want to make sure I'm getting that right.
Jimmy, I'm so glad you bring that up because when I first moved there and started going to Korean baseball games, I had no idea what I was getting what I was walking into. And if there's any baseball fans out there, if they're not familiar with what the KBO does, I think the pandemic actually helped a little bit with it because there were KBO games being broadcast here during the pandemic. But the culture there for baseball, you nailed it, Jimmy, is just crazy. It's soccer number one, it's baseball number two. Cheerleaders on the dugouts. Each team has its own chant. They've got chants for players. It's really a fun atmosphere out there with baseball. And some of that stuff, I wonder if it would translate over here in the U.S. Some of it, I suspect, would probably not. But yeah, it's a really fun culture there for baseball for sure.
I once heard a joke, Dave, that Sao Paulo, Brazil, is New York in the 1980s. I've often heard it said that Seoul, Korea, is New York 1958 to about 1963. I don't know if you found that, by the way. I've only spent a very limited time over there, not like you and Dave, who got a chance to really kind of dig into the culture. But it is a very, very different culture. But at the same time, it feels like you're in a time loop. Was that your experience there?
A little bit, yeah. It was amazing because I was there for, like I said, about 7 years, and the amount of just progress that I saw just in that 7 years that I was there, I felt like was pretty quick. I mean, this is the
pace of that city is quick.
What's that?
The pace of that city was quick 55 years ago.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. And just the pace of what we've seen it develop. I mean, if you figure and you think that this is essentially an authoritarian, country into the 80s, what they've done over the past 30, 40 years has been incredible. And yeah, as you said, Dave, very fast-paced, lots going on. New York in the 50s and 60s. I wasn't around for New York for the 50s and 60s, but I imagine there are some parallels there for sure.
Yeah, it's really kind of groovy. We got time for one more question. I'm going to ask this of Ashley, by the way, and Dave introduced the energy of this. The other thing is that one of the things we've been trying to do over here, and I've noticed it's beginning to kind of creep into your stuff as well, not based on our inspiration, but your own urge. There's a certain need to get the irreverence back in a lot of this stuff, too. That there was a drift for a long time in the last couple of years in the old platform for a lot of people to get very serious, to get very Cronkite-esque. And I'm wondering if you guys are finding more room, as Ashley was saying, to breathe, Ashley. Or are you finding you have more room to be kind of a goofball in the spirit of a lot of the men and women out there on the road?
Yes, and I have loved that. Scott and I sit in offices right next to each other, so there's a lot of yelling, not in not in an angry way, but idea-wise.
Not yet.
And
not yet.
Not yet, anyway. Yeah. No. I'll give you an example. The other day we had our board meetings here at OOIDA, and we have a Canadian board member, which I'm also Canadian. And she brought in some potato chips. So Scott and I had a long discussion over that, and I thought, I wonder if there's like a potato chip expert. So, of course, I head over to Google. I found a guy. I believe he's going to be on this week. Absolutely fascinating. I mean, stuff like that just, that was so fun to talk to him and learn a lot from him.
Yeah, it's one of the best things. We have we got a regular recurring segment now. A guy, Rolando Pujols, who actually writes about roadside America, and just being able to get people like that to drop in, and it reminds us of why we really kind of all signed up for this. Really quickly, Scott, what can we expect in the coming month? What are you excited about? And then we got to shuffle off this radio coil because Dave and I don't really care about the breaks, but somehow Dre has to remind us they happen. Go ahead.
This week we're going to take a trip to a couple places. A couple people I think you've already talked to as well, but we had a chance to talk with Jamie Benson of the Hawaii Transportation Association and, the Alaska Transportation Association, and then Kelvin Kawatsu, he's with Hawaii. We spoke with a couple drivers there as well from both those states, kind of talking about what they see on a daily basis. We got the chip guy, the Toga chip guy. He's coming up as well this week. So we've got a lot as we head into the holiday season here, and looking forward to everything it has in store.
By the way, that guy from Hawaii, Calvin, he's the best, isn't he? Just
yes.
He was great to talk to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
standing invitation to go stay with him. So maybe we should all crash at the same time
and go fishing. I believe. Yeah, he said you were also extended that invitation.
Yeah, he showed up on the show, man. It was like the crack of doom when he showed up. We got to let you guys go because we actually extended this longer than we should have, and Dre is now looking at me like I'm a jerk. Ashley, Scott, Trucking with Oida happens on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays here on Radio Nemo, but everywhere you get your podcast. I actually have a notification for it on Spotify. Thank you both.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We'll be back. Speaking of our friends at OOIDA and Landline, Jamie Jones is next.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
We make our way further down the road. Really quickly, Mr. Thibodeau, how was your weekend, my friend? I hope it was a good one, except for the events over in Norman. How did the weekend shape up and ship out for you?
It was not too bad. I had a few things going on, taking care of some errands, hanging out with family, and some construction stuff. So it was a very eventful, sir. Very eventful.
I like those kind of weekends. By the way, we were inundated with the kids. Mom and Dad and I got a chance to, Dad and I watched a whole bunch of football, and then Mom, Dad, and I watched Jurassic Park for the first time, not for the first time for us, for the first time for Gustavo.
Oh, perfect.
My nephew Gustavo has a new nickname that he actually likes. Somebody misheard his name, Dave, and called him Chicago. And
Perfect.
man,
Yeah.
it was like it took, and we stopped and we said, "Do you mind though being called Chicago?" And he was like, "No, not at all." And so now he's Chicago Gustavo.
I love that.
Which I think is just the grooviest thing of all. What a great nickname to have.
That is a great
Chicago. Chicago Fitzmaurice. Let's take a deep breath because after all, I mean, the news is happening at the breakneck speed in trucking right now. And so, Dre, do we got anybody who breaks the news?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Breaking news!
And of course, breaking news means our good friend Jamie Jones is lean and mean and on the scene. The head honcho over at landline.media joins us as she is oft want to here on Nemo Nation. Dave, do the honors of saying good morning to Jamie Jones.
Jamie Jones, good morning and happy happy December.
Hey, right back at you. We're in the time warp right now with holidays. Who knows what day it is?
For sure. All right.
The days have gone on fast and furious, and but we're coming to an end of the year. Dave, by the way, has been asking people to kind of check in. Are you ready to kind of do your year-end wrap-ups? They're not happening just yet, but are you ready? And if I had to ask you right now, what is the story of the year, what would you tell me it is?
It is a hard coin flip between English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs. They're just running neck and neck right now. So you have to look at them holistically like a beat because there's so many different things happening on both fronts. You have enforcement of English language proficiency. You have ICE enforcement that if they don't have a non-domiciled CDL, they're getting held up for that. So there's just a lot of news on that front right now. And funny enough, we had one break last year over Christmas Eve that still holds, I think, the number 3 slot for our top story of the year, and that was the beneficial ownership information form that was back and forth. I mean, poor Tyson Fisher couldn't even write a story and have it last 24 hours before another court changed it.
We got caught up into that ourselves. In our business.
Yeah, it was,
it
was rough. I mean, it truthfully was. Do you or don't you? And, we there was a little bit of throwing your hands up in the air. Well, just file it and be safe. And then, that's not necessarily great advice for people who really want to protect their privacy. So that was a big one. But definitely non-doms and English language proficiency are topping everything right now.
Jamie, I'm actually going to, and this is not my idea. This actually came from Dave earlier on in the show. And I think when you take everything you've just said, I think the story of the year might be, you're welcome to use it or not. Like I said, I throw shit out there. That's the one curse word of the day we can use, by the way. I throw it out there. I think enforcement is the story of the year because everything you've talked about has been about enforcement. The idea that Dave made the comment that we've had this stuff on the books 50 plus years, in some cases 100 years. Some of this stuff has been on the books forever and a day, and people have chosen simply to kind of let it go by. And I think that if there was a story to kind of talk about, and would love your take on this, that enforcement might be the biggest story of them all.
It really is, because for so many years covering trucking, enforcement, the immediate mental image was roadside. It was characterized as a adversarial relationship. And all of a sudden, there's been this shift in thinking from our readers and listeners, which is great news, that the agency needs staffed up to the point that they can actually enforce on the CDL mills, the rogue motor carriers, the chameleon carriers that just close up shop and open under a new name. We need that roadside assistance for these non-doms and English language proficiency. When they finally get the non-domiciled CDL sorted out in court, that's when they'll need it. But there's enforcement that's adversarial, and then there's enforcement that's welcome because it gets the bad actors out. And just the vibe from the feedback that we're getting is it's about time, and that's kind of new in my experience.
I'm going to tell you this, by the way. You said adversarial and welcomed. And by the way, I agree with that. There's another way to look at it too. It's the difference between piggy bank enforcement and safety enforcement. Meaning that the first one is and I hate to use this expression, how can I shake down the men and women on the road for every nickel and every violation I can possibly get my hands on? Or how can I enforce laws that require truckers to pay more and more money and fees, as opposed to how can I enforce laws that create a safer working environment for the men and women who actually have done everything in a legitimate fashion? Is that fair?
I think that's extremely fair, and it's a point that I've made for many years when CSA became a thing, and everybody was getting upset that there were no good inspections going into the system. And just kind of thinking through it from law enforcement's perspective, why am I going to pull a schmancy truck over that's clearly taken care of? I mean, you can tell. And, aside
From the
something weird, a
tires,
light being
from the
out.
tires, Jamie, you can tell. Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's the thing. So why are they going to waste their time on that when the guy right behind him has 3 bald tires that you can see standing there just waiting for him to pull up, and that's the tip of the iceberg. There's the holes cut in the floor, there's frayed brake lines, there's everything under the sun that needs to be caught. So it just makes sense to not waste your time and effort on
There's no
somebody who
money
doesn't
there.
need it.
It goes back to
Yeah.
Truckers' Voices. Our good friend Tim is actually talking on the chat, and we are saying, why hasn't it been enforced? Okay, so this sets up the fact that we're going to get Jamie on for the Stories of the Year that we will have for a full half hour at some point on Nemo Nation, if we can make that happen. Jamie, we're out of time. Can you believe how fast this segment goes? I mean, it's
It goes quick, but love it, and I'm here for the top stories of the year. That'll be a fun deep dive.
Thank you, my friend. Jamie Jones, of course, is the head honcho, the editor-in-chief over at Landline. Love having her on here. Thank you, Jamie. Love you, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Oh, yeah.
Dave, by the way, I don't know if you've been seeing what has been cooking over at the American Truck Historical Society. Their social media presence is amazing. They do a lot of stuff that, had we remained on the other platform, was something that actually was interesting to me. We've changed directions. They, in fact, do it. I would actually make the argument that our next guest is the inspiration for why that stuff is happening, whether they have involvement in it or not. Miss Flatbed Red is joining us. And if you guys go to missflatbed.red, you will actually find all the information that you need to find out about them. We are pleased to have Red here today. The work, by the way, there's so much really groovy stuff: a gallery, contact, a place to shop, all kinds of groovy stuff, a truck show calendar, your go-to pinup for trucking art. Missflatbed.red joins us this morning. Hey, Red, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Red. This is Dave. And I was just thinking of seeing you for the first time. And I don't remember, it was 2 or 3 years ago, I guess, at Matt's up in Louisville, Kentucky. And you had that awesome poodle skirt on. Didn't have a poodle on it, but they called them a poodle skirts when I was a little boy in the 50s. And you were just magnificent. It was a real thrill to meet you, and it's great to know you. And then we saw each other at ATHS. And I'm looking at some art right now on your website, and thought we'd talk a little bit about how you do that, and how did you start drawing and painting. And it's pretty, and you do it fast, too.
Well, it depends on what it is, but yeah, I will say that was better than a poodle skirt because it was covered in trucks.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
You didn't mention that part.
Yeah.
But I started drawing trucks because I didn't know what to expect at truck shows. My husband was really bad at making introductions, and so I took a sketchbook, and it's all sort of spiraled out of control since then. And now I make like truck Christmas cards and truck art and all sorts of things that I never would have expected to exist, but you're looking at them now.
But you started as a little girl, though, right? I mean...
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been drawing my whole life.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was just sort of always, I'm an only child, so there would always be coloring utensils or something nearby. And but I've always drawn animals and things. I did pet portraits and people portraits for a while. I think there are some of those on my website too. And I do miss doing that stuff a lot, but I mean, I guess in a way, they're truck portraits too.
Well, if you drew
What I'm drawing now.
pictures of mountains and trees and, flowers and stuff, people would say, that's beautiful, it's perfect. If you draw a picture of a 1973 Peterbilt, if it ain't perfect, that guy's going to know it. So there's wow, the detail, you have to have the details, and the details have to be right for that make, model, and year. So you look at that actual truck that you're painting or drawing. Is that where the pressure comes from, or is there pressure on that?
Well, I will say, I guess you've hit the nail on the head saying if I get a detail wrong, people are going to notice, just like if it was a portrait of a person.
Oh, yeah.
Like his eye's crooked, that headlight's not in the right spot. So it's just attention to detail. People ask me for advice on drawing a lot, and really it's just down to drawing what you see, not what you think you see, and making sure that you're really being patient with yourself and your materials, because I mean, as I'm sure you guys know, things can go wrong with what you're working with sometimes. It's suddenly it's not what you're expecting it to be or something, and you've just got to be patient and know how to fix problems along the way. And I think I've only ever had to completely restart once, and that was just straight up my fault. So patience is the key.
MissFlatbed.red. Red, the other thing that I wanted to kind of talk to you about is kind of distinguishing between creativity and content, because we always hear when it comes to social media, when it comes to getting your message out there, that content is king. I think a lot of people, you are not guilty of this because the work on that website actually is a demonstration of what the difference is. Patience is the key when it comes to creating art. A certain acceleration is the key when it comes to creating content. Can you talk, and if you don't understand the difference of what I'm asking you, I know you understand the difference, but if I'm not making sense, you can ask for a clarification question. How do you balance the kind of necessary patience to make these wonderful drawings and this wonderful art while at the same time maintaining enough of a presence to keep your art out there and make the content in a way that it still grabs attention? Am I making sense?
Yeah, and actually, it's a very interesting question, because now I think more people recognize me from my content, like my Facebook and YouTube specifically. But all of those platforms started to promote my artwork in the first place. And it was all just spread by word of mouth, and first just friends sharing with friends, and now there are people all over the world following along. But now, I guess the art, it's not, I wouldn't say it's the back seat, because I'm still always making art, but because it's all commissioned, it's not always things I can share. So the content has to be ready to go in other formats. Like I can't always be sharing artwork, and unfortunately people don't always want to see the artwork. So I have a huge folder of videos that I've collected at shows throughout the year that I edit. I try to sit down and edit on Mondays or Tuesdays and get all my videos and posts scheduled at the beginning of the week for the rest of the week, so I don't have to wake up every day and go, oh no, I'm late. So luckily, every platform has a scheduling option, so I don't need to constantly be thinking about what I'm posting and when. It can all be done in advance. And I don't always do that. There's a lot of days where I'm posting in the last minute. But it's helpful, I'll say that.
I want to ask you a technical question, but not so technical, but I would think that if someone said, hey, I want you to paint a picture of my truck, you might go out and take a look at that truck and say, this would be better in pencil, in black and white and grays as opposed to color. Does that ever come up, that sort of thing? In other words, do you see a truck and see how it should be rendered?
Yes, that is also a very good question. I just finished a 3-foot wide acrylic painting. I don't really want to say too much because it's a Christmas gift from one man to his brother. But the initial email that I received said that he was thinking of colored pencil or gouache, which is like an opaque watercolor.
Mhm.
And I immediately thought of how time consuming it would be to be doing a gouache painting that large. It's not really a material used for large scale work. And then how many colored pencils it would have taken to go through just like the sky in a drawing that big. So I did an acrylic painting, which is much more friendly for larger pieces, and I'm very happy with how it's turned out. I just finished that yesterday for Christmas, so I'm still not done with Christmas commissions yet.
Miss Flatbed.red. I'm going to keep on saying that because I want you guys to head over to the gallery and everything else involved over there. We got about a minute left here. This is the problem with Nemo Nation as we kind of just thunder our way through it. You have teamed up with DCP to make a line called Red's Favorites. Can you tell people a little bit about that before we shuffle you off this radio coil?
Oh, yes. So that is, I'm very excited that DCP had the idea to do this in the first place and grateful for the opportunity. It's a series of trucks that we'll be making. No idea how many, but the first one's coming out in February. It's already been announced and pre-ordered. It's a series of trucks that I've drawn and interviewed for my YouTube channel. So then people can see the whole thing, and rather than just holding the model, you can see inside and learn all about it from the owner.
MissFlatbed.red. I'm going to keep on saying to remind people there's still an opportunity to go over there and purchase something for the trucker in your life, for the people who love trucking, for the people who like all kinds of interesting views of the world. We love POVs, and we love to see how people see the world from where they're standing. We love you, Red. Thank you so much, and thanks for dropping in and joining us.
I love you guys. Thank you, Dave and Jimmy.
Flatbed Red. Always a good time. When we first began this journey, there were a lot of uncertainties, just like the economy. One of the things we could always count on was NACFE to always be there for us. Mike Roth, as always, was the first up, first guy to step up and say, I'll be a part of this nation, that is Nemo Nation. I will turn this over to Dave and let him catch up with our good friend Mike Roth. Dave, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Jimmy Mack. Hey, Mike, good morning. And I'm going to ask you the first question because it's never the same. Where are you right now?
Yeah, it's a fun question. Everybody seems to want to know our answer there. I returned to Indiana where I have family. And, Saturday night was 8 inches of snow. This morning it was 7 degrees. So, it's winter. Must be holiday season. And it's definitely cold out.
Back home again in Indiana. No, get me out of here. Goodness. I was just thinking, we've gone through the messy middle, of course. We've been kind of on the side of the road watching you go by and all of the differently powered vehicles. And in my world, we always kind of do the VHS Betamax thing, you have two kinds of ways to record your TV shows, and one's going to win, one's going to lose. We have all of the above scenarios, and the lexicon of fueling sources, and new ones are coming along. There are going to be winners and losers. How long do you think it'll be? And I know the unfair question is, well, who's winning right now? And that's not fair at all. But do you envision a world where all of the power sources for the messy middle run the last couple of months, do you see all of those surviving, or do you think at some point we'll see a shakeout?
Yeah. So, the way I like to answer this question, because it's really a hard one, but somebody's got to lean in and try to answer it. Yeah.
You only need one.
We benefited from diesel for 75 years, and we will for close to 100. I mean, it's been a marvelous fuel to move freight, high energy density. You can put it in an inexpensive tank, steel or aluminum tank, and you can haul freight.
Carry it around in plastic.
That's been a great thing. It's just been very, very, very flexible and strong. It has had the issues of cost, where sometimes, we had $5 diesel fuel 10 years ago. We've had been above $4 at times, and then other times lower, depending on, all kinds of things, including, events around the world. It also has the issue of emissions, which, we've come to find is very problematic for the long-term health and success or life for inhabitants of the planet. So it's, it's days are kind of numbered, guys. I mean, I wouldn't, be here to say when or how that's going to happen, but we are starting to see, and that's why we've done run on lefts and messy middle, and why we've been working so hard on these different things, is we see the next couple of decades being a lot of different solutions, whether it's like highly aerodynamic and modern 10 mile per gallon trucks and trailers with a lot of differences from what we've known and loved, to the use of biodiesel, renewable diesel, natural gas, battery electric, hydrogen, maybe hybrids. And so I would say we're in that phase right now where these different solutions are starting to show up as good for this part of trucking, that part of trucking, not for this, yes for that. And we're trying to figure that out. But your question is like, what'll happen on the back end of all these bunch of these solutions starting to scale? So, you go to Freightliner, you might be able to buy a natural gas truck, or you can today, but also buy a battery truck and a hydrogen truck, but not a this or that. Or you can go to Peterbilt or Volvo, or maybe there's some new manufacturers like the Tesla Semi, et cetera. So we see that there'll be an extended period of time here where some of these solutions will work really well. And really, guys, I'm talking about like in an unregulated place, because a lot of people think, well, the only reason we're doing all this is because the damn government's telling us we have to because of X, Y, and Z, starting with California. Well, we're here at NACSE, we've learned that there are real opportunities for these technologies to help with some of our big problems, like cost, like drivers, and what do they want to drive, and how do they want to drive it, and do they want to be on more dedicated runs rather than over the road irregular ones, and can that be done better with some of these solutions? So I think I use the analogy sometimes in restaurants. I mean, maybe the diesel was the In-N-Out burger where you can only get a burger and you want cheese on it or not. That's the only options, to, restaurants that are, a bigger group of menu with seafood and pasta and beef and chicken and everything. But I think what we'll see is a broadening, and then it'll consolidate some, but probably not back to where we've been. So there'll probably be a few significantly different. Now, this creates huge challenges for the fleets that operate these different solutions, as well as the truck OEMs that are building them, and the manufacturers support and supply the parts to the OEMs, as well as dealers. I mean, it doesn't come without a lot of stress, but it's just probably inevitable.
Probably, yeah. I would imagine it would have to be inevitable, because for one thing, we're talking about something with something that's finite, and we're trying to find something infinite / renewable. And once we can settle in on that, heck, game is on, right? I mean, our job is done, so to speak, and just moving on through.
Yeah. I think there's a ton of renewable opportunities. Everything from
and diesel itself.
Well, RNG is made from, manure gas from, dairy cows all the way to humans and other things. And so there's a lot of optimism. And, last week we talked about how much sun and wind energy hits the earth, which can allow, if grabbed and used, can give us basically free, clean energy to operate all kinds of things, including our homes and offices and transportation.
I remember several years ago, something that isn't talked about at all, and I guess they're still out there because, you forget about these things, but the algae farms out in Arizona, where they would skim the algae every 24 hours, and it was special algae that had all this oil in it. I mean, how promising, all of these things.
So there's a lot of promising things there, Dave. Everybody wants to quickly go to, well, do you make these crops for food or fuel? It doesn't have to be that trade-off at all. I mean,
exactly.
Even the soybeans, 40% of the energy that's in a soybean is wasted in making, in processing the soybean. So that's where biodiesel and renewable diesel often come from, is the wastage. And then there's also just lots of other things that, plants that can grow very fast, whether it's algae or other plants that then can be harvested. And, it's not a food source at all, but one that can be turned into a fuel because of all the oils and energy that reside in them. So we just scratched the surface, I think, on a lot of that applied research where you go from, the lab where they're, doing this work to like real world. Can we make a fuel out of it that can run our trucks? And we know we can. And then it becomes a matter of cost and availability and other consequences of the fuels.
Well, thank you for continuing to scratch the surface with us here on Nemo Nation. Mike, it's so good to talk to you every week, and continued success and Godspeed in the work you guys are doing, because you guys are bringing the future to the world. I mean, I'm not being silly there. I mean, that's the way it is.
Yeah, in the new year, we'll have a lot of more details to report. Right now, we're doing a lot of analysis and studying from the events that occurred that we ran with Run on Less Messy Middle in the summer and fall. So we're kind of hunkered down a little bit right now, figuring out what did we learn here at a very detailed level, Dave. And I'll be back telling you about that in February, March, and onward about what we learned and what we think the industry ought to take away from all of this.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mike.
Mike Roth, as always, is a regular contributor here at Nemo Nation. The long-form conversation is coming up next. We end the first 3 hours of the show with a long-form conversation. Nicholas Isassi is going to be joining us really quickly. And then he'll be here for quite some time before we have our final two guests in the post-trip of Nemo Nation coming up here shortly. Go to truckdown.com and get out of the ditch.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
By the way, you're going to be on a podcast really soon, an hour and a half of conversation.
Yeah.
What's that going to be?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't mean the conversation. What podcast?
Oh, I'll tell you here in a second.
Because I want to let you know before you let me know that I'm actually going to be on Baseball and Barbecue podcast tomorrow. Not live. We'll be recording that around 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We made a couple of really good friends. They actually dropped in on the show. Leonard Aberman and Jeff Cohen, who have been doing this for 300 plus episodes. They've had Bobby Valentine on, had Buck Showalter, a number of real big time baseball folks have actually been on their show. They've invited me because I have a little bit of a connection to baseball through my grandfather. I love the game, and I also love a lot of barbecue too. So it's two topics that I can't wait to dig into, and a chance to be on somebody's show where they get to do all the prep, and I just get to kind of shoot my mouth off. Oh wait, that doesn't change anything. By the way, tomorrow's show, Kevin Lindsay will be dropping in as he always does from Maintenance Matters, trucking tributes from Wreaths Across America. On Highway to Health, guys, we're going to be talking about prostate health. So we want you guys to really pay attention to that. Some real great stuff about Route 66 from Jim Hinckley, and Neil Fisher is going to be joining Lindsay and I to talk about Christmas movie trivia, and of course we'll wrap up every Tuesday with country and western music news. Lindsay Lawler's country and western music news.
You know what I love about the health show? I forgot the name.
Highway to Health.
Highway to Health. It pulls no punches.
Yeah.
It talks about real stuff for real people.
Yeah. No snake oils, guys.
Yeah,
No snake
no
oils.
cutesy stuff.
No cutesy stuff. No snake oils. And even when we talk about non-traditional ways of healing, non-traditional ways, and there's some people who tell you to only go to prescriptions when it's your last resort and all that kind of stuff, and to only use it as a corrective tool to get back to a health balance. We really begin with, we don't pull any punches. You might not agree with us, and you might scream to the high heavens. We're going to give you all points of view on Highway to Health, especially. We care deeply about the bottom line, but also we care about you and your health. And that's why that segment was introduced by Dave and Claire. And it's a remarkable segment that continues, just like Maintenance Matters and just like Tech Talk with TMC and Canada Calling.
The Power Play podcast with Bob Nuss. I'll be on that tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be fun. You get to just kind of...
We'll record it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing, too. I mean, we don't record stuff. We actually go live. And for instance, we are live right now on Nemo Nation. We have a new friend of the show, but he's been introduced to us by an old friend.
Yeah.
So big thanks to Tony Sciarota. Say his name for me, Tony.
Tony Sciarota.
Sciarota. I always say Sciarota, and it should be not my Sharona.
He said, just remember the song My Sharona.
But it's funny because I remember that. It's really funny. I keep reminding myself of that, and then I say, does he mean not to or to? And then I realize it's to. Sciarota. Tony Sciarota actually set up our next guest. Dave, I will turn this over to you to welcome our new friend, although I do have one question that I want to set on the table before you introduce it. What in the hell is hyperlocalism?
That's a good question.
That's a good question, but introduce our guest first.
Well, okay. We have Nick Isassi is going to be joining us now, thanks to Tony, of course. And he's been hanging around for a while. He's done innovative logistics at Time Warner, Leviton, places like that. And now he spends his time sharing lessons that he's learned and some of the things he's implemented at these large corporations. So all of the small guys like us can learn from that too. Hope I didn't chew that up too much, Nicholas. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Very great to talk to you guys.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, hyper-localism. And I thought, boy, I did a spell check on that. It ain't in there. If you highlight this on my computer, it just doesn't show up at all. It's like a non-word. But I found out what the word was, and I'm involved in that at the moment. And I'm going to give you my story because the research that I did, 95 or so % of things that are returned have nothing wrong with them. So I'm changing the way I'm watching television, and I decide to go ahead with Roku. So I have a 2010 TV. It's got HDMI, so I plugged in the Roku because I wanted to use the Hulu live TV streaming because everybody says that's the best. Okay, so I get it. The Amazon description says Hulu. The box that it comes in the mail says Hulu, but it doesn't get Hulu because Disney and the people who make Roku are fighting. So I have a perfectly good thing now that I have to return. And that is happening millions of times a day, right?
Yeah, it's crazy how often it happens. We've been at this for years, right? At my previous companies that I've worked at, you just get inundated with these returns and you're just like, there's just got to be a better way. And I think what I experienced, being at some of these corporations, you've got a really long list of stuff to do, stuff you choose to do yourself, and maybe some stuff that's given to you to do, right? And sometimes the priorities just sort of, eke down the list a little bit more than you'd like. And often, unfortunately, returns are one of those things until return season comes and you're like, oh my God, this problem that I was, very cognizant of in January and February last year, are now back. And that's part of what happened with this, because we're hearing from clients like, hey, what can we do better? And the time spent on it just isn't there, unfortunately. And to your point, so many of these returns come back that are in new condition or still in the box. And obviously it varies by company. But really that's been a big portion of our focus, because you spend so much money shipping it there, and then you have to ship it back. And in many cases, what's found is that the cost to ship the good back, in some cases, either A, outweighs the value of the product itself, or B, it just that the math doesn't math, right? So maybe it does, but it's just not as profitable. And what we find is that being able to keep it in the market that it's in is really the most productive thing. I mean, obviously, I was just listening to your last guest, right? And it does have a lot to do about ESGs and sustainability, even just as much as it relates to cost, because the carbon output put out to deliver those goods and then to return those goods, especially when the cost isn't there and it doesn't make financial sense to return it. It's just a lot of people just go, well, wait a second, if I'm not going to return it, what do I do with it? And that's sort of how hyperlocalism for us was really born. And Tony is great. We've been at the RLA show for years, and he's been a great supporter, and we certainly appreciate him, recommending us to you guys.
Listen, dmtrans.com is the place to go to find out more about these guys. And, what's interesting, too, is that you guys did a little in media res there. We got dropped in to the middle of a Roku Hulu story, and then we got a chance to reference back, of course, to what Mike Roth was saying. Inside of there, if people were paying attention, let's get down to brass tacks. Define, as you conceive it, hyper-localism.
So hyperlocalism is breaking the cycle of returning back the return to where it came and keeping it within the market that it was picked up in. I happen to live in Orlando, so hyperlocalism would be okay. Is there a way to take that return in the Orlando market and do something more positive with it? Can we avoid landfill? Can we make an impact on somebody's life, right? Can we do something more positive with that good in the market it's in than returning it back to a warehouse, to a distribution center, putting it in a pile, and then just, liquidating it for 10 cents on the dollar months from now?
I have a follow-up question to that in regards to long-term business strategies or even small business strategies. Tony has talked about this as well. So can we play a if this, if not this, then that, if not this, then that game with it? Meaning, does it benefit small businesses in regards to returns to say, before you return it, have you explored the following 5 options? Meaning that companies should be building up ideas and places where they can not return, but return on a local level, all the options that they need to do. And how does one go about building a reservoir of places that one can get the goods and services that one doesn't need, while at the same time not wasting vast amounts of capital, not only from one's own pocket, but the economy at large, if I made any sense there?
No, totally. And I love it, because that's a big part of it, right? This applies to small businesses, medium businesses, large businesses, right? Obviously, the larger the corporation, the larger the amount of returns that they have. And everybody looks at it differently. Whenever I talk to somebody, some people lead with the financial aspect, where they're like, well, hey, wait a second. My company sells couches, and, I ship the couch, and then the consumer doesn't like, they thought it was more, eggplant purple than dark purple, right? And then they want to ship it back. And even in that case, what we're finding is that because in many cases margins are so tight on these products that get sold, they start taking a look at the economics, and they go, well, wait a second, I sold this couch for, $600-700, and now it's going to cost $250 to ship it back. I'm going to be in the red, and what can we do? And that's when the opportunities to partner with a company to donate something, which is a tax deduction and making a meaningful impact on somebody's life, really comes into play.
Are there 2 things going on here at the same time, Nicholas? Nicholas Isassi is with us, And we're talking about hyper-localism. One of the other definitions of hyper-localism doesn't have to do with returning goods, but it is about the localization of certain markets. I did a little research here, and I know you know these numbers, but I thought this was pretty amazing. According to Google, people are asking for businesses near me, and that has grown by 200% over the last few years. In Nashville, Tennessee, there is a defunct shopping center, which is now a vibrant lifestyle center with a hotel, with restaurants, with medical people, the whole kind of a lifestyle center with condos. I'm seeing the same thing happening here in the New Orleans area. Are people ready to get back to brick and mortar? And that would be local. And is that part and parcel of the goal or the dream maybe of hyperlocalism, to have stuff not only not returned to a distant place and kept in that market for resale, but bringing people back to brick and mortar as a ground base? And I'll ask Jim's questions. Does that make any sense?
So I think we all started at a place where, we went to local stores, right? And catalogs happened, and, you'd buy stuff out of catalog and they ship it to you. And then the catalog guys became e-com guys, right? And I don't necessarily know that e-com is ever necessarily going away and we're going to revert all the way back to stores.
Oh, no, I wouldn't think that. Yeah.
What I think is that, what we see is the big challenge really has a lot to do with e-com, right? And the returns related to e-com. And our feeling is, and leading into what you're talking about stores, like we do envision a point in time where, instead of returning all these e-commerce returns, or, even in some cases, returns from brick and mortar retailers to a DC, this eventuality of what we're hoping is more of localized stores where these can all be returned and resold with different sections of, hey, here's returns from X company or Y company or Z company. The returns, because it is so voluminous, affects profitability, and then in turn, from our perspective, increases the cost of goods that you buy because they need to account for the amount of returns, right? So the more inroads we can make to that, we think would be great. But ultimately, while this is a new concept and only a couple of years old and really still gaining traction, we think that the more momentum it gets, we believe truly that having those type of environments where you can say, hey, there's enough and, this store could be open, we think would be a great thing.
This is interesting, too, because I'm going to ask you a question. And by the way, take what I'm going to say as a high compliment. Dave loves to say that the future was yesterday. And what he, of course, means is the fact that, let's face it, at the beginning of the 20th century, electric cars had the upper hand over diesel and petromobiles, as it were. But the world changed rather rapidly. It seems like that future just came about 100 years too early. Let me ask you a question. So are we talking about, and I'm going to give you an example, the codification and the streamlining and the bureaucratizing in a positive way of common sense business practice. So I own a produce company. We'll call it Kutcha and Sons, which, by the way, is the name of a very small produce but profitable produce down here in New Orleans. And I was supposed to deliver a whole bunch of tomatoes to Tony Angelo's restaurant. Well, Tony had enough tomatoes. Well, those tomatoes aren't going to go bad in the back of the truck. I get on the phone and I say, hey, I'm going to call up Venetia's. And I know Venetia's is always looking for them. Rather than let these things rot on the dock or rot in the back of the truck, I'm calling up my friend. I'm saying, look, I'm going to give you 75 cents on the dollar. I got to get these off my hands. And by the way, the answer might be, no, Jimmy, that's not it. Are we talking about, that's the kind of thing that small business owners do. New Orleans, by the way, is infamous because of it has become the buyer of last resort for booze. That if you have an extra load of booze, it's like, well, we'll just give it to New Orleans. Pat O'Brien's will burn through it. Is that what we're talking about here? That old school sort of getting on the phone, making a deal, hustling. And what you guys are talking about here is there a way that we can teach more people this? And is there a way that we can give people an actual functioning system that allows them to have more than just a Rolodex and a fast and furious guy trying to let things spoil or end up in a landfill?
To a certain extent, yes, right? I think there was no great solution for returns, and the default has sort of become, I shipped it out from my location in Atlanta, it went to California, and I guess I'm just going to ship it back to Atlanta, and I'm going to put it in my warehouse, and then in one point in time, when I get a really big pile of it, I don't know what to do other than call a liquidator. And then I just have to not like making that call and getting 10 cents on the dollar and selling all my stuff, right? And that's the process that we're trying to help people disrupt, instead of saying, hey, just follow the same old axiom of ship it out, return it back to whence it came, and then, oh, by the way, we're not going to give you a lot for it. How do you disrupt that and help companies become more profitable, impact more people's lives to make a difference? And that's why we're trying to give people the tools to say, hey, instead of spending $25 to ship your $5 product back, you could donate it here. You could donate it here. Here's where it's going to make a difference. And you're saving logistics costs. You are helping people. You're reducing ESGs and doing a lot of positive. And it doesn't mean that applies to 100% of the goods that somebody sells, because there's going to be plenty of stuff that doesn't fit that mold. But I think today we see all too often that the volume of returns are just so massive that it's really hard to say, wow, this 80% of stuff I shouldn't do, anything to get back to me, because I should really only be focusing on this 20% that really makes sense.
Nicholas Isassi is with us. Nicholas, there's an old comic strip called Pogo back in the 50s, and there was a guy who said, "We have met the enemy, and he is us." Have we created this situation? In other words, what is one of the free shipping and, easy returns? We have made it so easy to return stuff. I remember when I was a kid, man, it was a thing. When you got something from Sears that wasn't right, you had to go back to the whole 9 yards. It was a big deal to return. So it was better just to give it to your little brother or something, right? And let him grow into it or whatever. But what I'm getting at is that we have made it so easy. It's one of the attractions, really. Well, if I don't like it, I'll just return it. And whoa, that's billions and billions of dollars in business every year.
Yeah, it is definitely, we are our own worst enemy, right? Because on the one hand, we want corporations to do better, to be smarter and more caring about the environment and, doing good and helping people out. But then on the same token, I'm going on to a certain website and ordering a small, medium, and large, or a size, 32, 33, and 34 jean, because I'm not too sure which one the best one is.
Yeah.
Trying all three on.
And they encourage that for a while.
Back. Yeah, and it's crazy how much it happens, and we just see so much of it. And even with a lot of returns sometimes when it comes to electronics. Earlier in the conversation, you mentioned that, a lot of this product is good. And that's actually 100% correct, right? Because when we get returns, what we tend to see is, it's, especially on the electronic side, like it's just missing the manual. It's somebody took the batteries out and it just needs a little bit of love to get back to a condition that, yeah, you know what, maybe it'll never be sold as new again. But man, oh man, it could be sold as like new and increase that value. So I don't necessarily think that many e-commerce companies are going to change the ease at which it happens.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
that
yeah,
there's
no,
just
that
ways
would be
to be,
shooting
yeah.
yourself not in the foot, but in the head.
Yeah.
So so this kind of sets up a really great future because in regards to what I'm hearing, I go back to my friends that with the tomatoes, which of course is a good example because it's not a good example. But the idea that it's like, so I say to myself, I can let these go bad, or I can sell them to my other friends at Venetia's for 75 cents on the dollar, but they don't need all of them. I can take part of them and make a donation to Bridge House or Ozanam Inn to make sure that they have food for their thing. And then you have 3 or 4 options that it becomes what you guys are talking about. It's not a matter of one solution fits all, but it's a series of different solutions and options. And it really, at the end of the day, there's a really human factor at play here, which is, Dave talked about that Google search, but about reconnecting with your community, about finding out all of the places inside your community that might be open to doing hyper-local business with you and creating more connections on the ground as opposed to we've gotten so obsessed with being able to communicate all across the globe.
Magazine Street in New Orleans is a hyper-local mecca.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really what, there's a human factor to this at play. That is really about, not the goal, but the unintended consequence is reconnecting with your neighbors to a large degree and business associates.
Yeah, 100%. And, my team that I work with and a lot of people we know, and Tony will chuckle when he hears this. I always talk about crawl, walk, run, right? And we all want to do big things and make a big difference, but you really just have to crawl first, right? You just really need to take that small step. And what we encourage people to do is exactly what you're saying, which is, hey, take a look at where you're selling, where you're shipping, where your returns are, and just pick one market and see if you can make a difference, right? And see what the local charity is, or see, if there's a company that recycles. There are ways to do it that, returns can be so overwhelming because there are so many of them. Starting in January, it's going to be massive, right? The holidays are here. Everybody's getting gifts. Everybody's going to smile and go, oh, thank you, and try it on, and it's not going to fit or it's not going to be the right color, and that epic amount of returns is going to happen. But it doesn't take big things to make a difference, right? You just need to get to that crawl phase and reach out to some local businesses, and they're going to appreciate it. And every single call that we make, even if we make 1 or 2 donations to a local organization, the difference that they tell us that make in somebody's life, or even just recycling it and, not, knowing that it's not winding up in landfill, it just makes a huge amount of difference.
I'm going to break your heart, guys. We have an active chat during this show, Nick, and one of the things that somebody said was, I had a load of new mini motorcycles shipped with bad batteries that was sent to the crusher because it was cheaper than getting replacements. Also, for years, Walmart had been sending return merchandise to be recycled rather than send it back to the manufacturer because of the cost. And what you guys are doing is the beginning of the conversation. What else? What else can be done? We're asking people to think locally and also think creatively, correct?
Yes. And, I hear what you're saying about those bikes. What we realized when DM first started getting into this, and we say, how do we help solve this, right? We recognize that we can't do it alone. So we are very fortunate to partner with companies like PRC and Recycle GX, where together we're truly acting as partners. And it's not like, oh, hey, this is my little fiefdom or this is my little fiefdom. We sit and we talk and we work collaboratively to say, hey, how can we help people? And sometimes, too often, companies don't recognize that there is an option for them. We talk to people sometimes and we hear those stories. Oh, I got rid of a truckload of this. I didn't know that there was an opportunity. And there are skill sets and people and companies out there that can do those kind of things. They can swap the battery out. They can relabel something. And we're just trying to make it more well-known so people know that there are more options out there for themselves other than just, unfortunately, having to get rid of some of these items sometimes.
DMtrans.com. When they're not solving logistics issues, they're tirelessly learning everything they can about logistics. Head on over to DMtrans.com. Find out about what Nick and his friends over there are cooking up. You are welcome back anytime. Can't wait to hear. Anytime you want to drop in and tell us a new solution or a new idea that people can actually act upon, or any way that you can help people out by them going to DMtrans.com, drop on back in. We'd love to have you.
Guys, genuinely appreciate you having me on this morning. It was exciting and would love to touch base and after the return season and give you a couple of lessons, new lessons that we learned.
We are looking forward to it.
Thank you, sir.
Nicholas, thank you.
Nick Asassi. By the way, I keep saying Nicholas, because if I say Nick Asassi, I'm going to say Nick Asaski, who was a great baseball player. We'll be back on the other side. Dave takes over at this point. It's the post trip. Two great guests coming your way. A little bit of Louisiana home cooking, followed by a heads up from the, one of the mountain states, Colorado. We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We've reached the final hour, the post trip on Nemo Nation. Take it away, Phone Master Dre.
That I can do and hand it over to the good old Dave Nemo at the Fastport Studios. There you go, Dave.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I want everybody to head over to lmta.la on the Book of Face, Trucking in LA, and then Trucking in LA over in the Grandma Insta, and then on the Twitter, now known as X, it's Trucking in LA. If you head over there, what you're going to find is the Louisiana Motor Transport Association. We always like a little home cooking over here, a little bit of that gumbo. It kind of goes. By the way, there is a lot of different ways you can make a living as a truck driver in the state of Louisiana. Good God Almighty, man! From the simple act of hauling things from one place to another to doing some really down and dirty work in the bayou parishes. Lots of groovy stuff. And with that in mind, I'm gonna turn this over to Dave and let him welcome a friend of the show.
Renee Amar, she is the executive director of the LMTA. Good morning, Renee.
Good morning, guys. How's it going over there?
Fantastic. We're going to talk about industry issues here, but Jimmy just said something that made me want to ask you, what did you cook for Thanksgiving?
Oh, goodness. We did everything. My husband fried a turkey.
Okay.
And then I cooked 6 sides, essentially. So we do everything from your run-of-the-mill stuffing to green bean casserole, sweet potatoes, you name it, deviled eggs. I don't think you can have Thanksgiving without deviled eggs. The little different twist we add to it is that instead of paprika that you sprinkle on the top, we do cayenne pepper, and then we do put a little bit of fresh sliced jalapeno in those.
Deviled eggs with a capital D.
You know we like our spicy stuff down here, so.
You know, when I was, you just reminded me of something that this does not relate in any way, but when I was in high school, we all smoked cigarettes because everybody on television smoked. Our parents, the world smoked, right? So we had to smoke. And we would have our pack of cigarettes. Well, we always had an extra pack of cigarettes. Picayune Peak Tobacco from North Louisiana. Are you familiar with Picayune cigarettes?
No.
Oh my God. Okay, it's like cigarettes on steroids and then some. In other words, you hand somebody a Picayune, they will never ask you for not only a cigarette, they'll never ask you for anything, ever. They could be in the desert and they wouldn't ask you for a drink of water. And
That's crazy. So were they out of Picayune, Mississippi?
no, they were Louisiana. It was a Louisiana.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look that up.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know if they make them anymore. The tobacco was called Pique, Pique. How I remember that, I don't know. But when you said putting cayenne on those deviled eggs, I'm just saying, oh yeah, I won't eat no more deviled eggs at Renee's house.
That's right. That's right. I'll bring you the ones with just the paprika on it.
What about melitons, or as they say, melitons? Do you do melitons, the old prickly pears?
We do not.
Ah.
No, we don't do anything probably that people think of as traditional, dirty rice, things like that.
Yeah,
We just do
okay.
your regular run-of-the-mill
Gotcha.
Thanksgiving side.
Yeah, that dirty rice thing, years ago, that used to be just New Orleans, and then it became Louisiana. And now a lot of folks around the country know what dirty rice is all of a sudden. That's funny.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, to me, when you have dirty rice, my mom used to do them with a little small shrimp in them.
Oh, yeah.
But also you have to have creamed corn with it.
Oh, okay.
You can't eat dirty rice without creamed corn. Now, for Christmas, I will make a gumbo. And so we'll eat on that for a couple of days. And my husband has kind of veered to liking the chicken and sausage. So.
Oh my God, I'm a gumbo fanatic. My wife everybody makes a different gumbo. So when you say,
yep.
This is the best gumbo. Yeah, that's the best gumbo you've made, but this is the best gumbo she's made, and they are both the best. Yeah, absolutely.
No, absolutely. My husband likes a really, really dark roux, and mine is probably somewhere a little more in the middle. And so, exactly to your point, everybody has, their own taste buds where they like different things. So.
Yeah.
Okra, I just kind of figured out his.
One more question, then we'll get into trucking. Here we got to do the trucking thing. Okra, yes or no?
Oh, absolutely.
There
Tons
you go.
of it.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Fantastic.
The slimier, the better.
I love it. So you at home right now?
I am. I'm heading to Lake Charles tonight. We have a compliance seminar tomorrow, and so excited to be with those folks to, do a deep dive into safety, ironically.
Yeah, that's amazing. The top 10 industry issues are out now. Does Louisiana have its own list?
We sure do, Dave.
Okay.
And it is interesting. If you look at the American Transportation Research Institute, ATRI's list, right, that those fine folks release every year around the same time, their list differs a little bit of ours, in true Cajun form, right? We always like to be a little bit different. And what's interesting, I really wanted to talk a little bit today about some of the issues that weren't in the, top three or so, but our number one issue that you and I have talked about is lawsuit abuse, followed obviously very closely by the cost of insurance. I don't think that comes as a surprise to anyone.
And that's hand in glove, which is the hand, which is the glove on any given day. But yeah.
Chicken and the egg. Exactly. Yeah. Still trying to figure that out. And so I, in fact, had an email from a gentleman yesterday asking about membership and kind of detailing his stories and his woes about the insurance issues that they're having. So if you're an independent contractor and owner-operator, or if you're a company owner, that cuts across both lines when you are housed in the state of Louisiana. It impacts people that drive their cars. It impacts the houses, especially y'all are out of the New Orleans area. the homeowners insurance that we have to purchase for our homes. And so it really just cuts across every sector and facet of our lives.
It's interesting. Excuse me, Renee. It's interesting because Rebecca Brewster was on with us a couple of hours ago this morning. And we've done a 30-minute series called Atri on the Air with her for too many years to remember. And she's going to join us for like 10 minutes every Monday morning on Nemo Nation. And she brought in the New Jersey and the Virginia lists. Okay. And it's interesting that lawsuit abuse reform was number 3 on the Virginia list. And it's number 5 on the New Jersey list, but they're on both lists. Some states have things. Idea. Yeah, some states have things that are not on any other list, like cargo theft is in New Jersey on the list at number 2. But it's not even on the Virginia list at all. So the states, to the Atri point, you got this national thing, and then you have the states, and you have to qualify. You have to get enough responses to qualify for the statewide list. But boy, that really gets down to the nitty gritty, doesn't it? To where you can really localize a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and that is fascinating. Cargo theft didn't even clock in on our list at all.
Isn't that something? Yeah.
Yeah, that it was number 2 on their list. I think that
up in New Jersey.
Volumes. Yeah, it's probably similar to the staged accidents that would, kind of clock in on the Louisiana list maybe about 4 or 5 years ago that possibly other states weren't even aware of. That I suspicion that possibly over the next couple of years we'll start seeing some of those other issues creep up on our list as well.
The staged
what
accidents
I thought was
thing.
Fascinating.
Well, I was just going to say, Jimmy, I'm sitting right across the desk from Jimmy Mack, and he did a super deep dive into the staged accidents thing. And that went on for like about a year at least, if not more.
Look, that and the cargo theft issue, I think you could make like a Netflix series about these issues because of all the, especially with the staged accident, it ended up in the execution of a witness.
Oh, yeah.
And when my memory, I get emotional every time I even think about that issue because it's so close to, those are my members that were involved in those accidents that, have now had to take their cases to federal courts, and so it's deeply disturbing what's going on there, but also in the cargo theft realm, people kind of think about this like you go break the seal, you open the back. But what they don't realize now is that these are sophisticated rings of criminals that are operating largely out of other countries that are like 2, 3, 4 deep in, because a lot of people don't understand how cargo moves, right? They think that one truck goes to say a shipyard and picks up something and delivers it to the end, but that's not really how cargo moves in the U.S. in this day and age. And so what's fascinating to me is that it's all these criminal rings from outside of the country. We've kind of raised this as a national issue that really needs to be dealt with, but it's become incredibly hard for them to wrap their arms around it and try to stop it.
Hey, Jimmy Mack here, by the way, in case you couldn't tell from the distinct change in the timbre of voice.
Who dat?
One of the things also about that whole thing, the way they stopped it, and please correct me if I get this wrong, and what people need to understand, the sophistication of that organization, meaning both the criminal element involved in it and seemingly legitimate law firms who were part of that intricate network. The only way they were finally able to stop them was they made a bet that the accidents would not be big enough in regards to large-scale stuff, that they would nickel and dime their way to a fortune. They got greedy and they got stupid. But the only way they got stopped was a joint task force. It wasn't just the NOPD. It wasn't just the state police. It wasn't just the U.S. Attorney's Office. And it wasn't even just the FBI. It was also you guys and a whole bunch of other people in the industry working together as a coalition that really brought that thing to a final end. And it kind of reminded reminds people the breadth of the criminal organizations that are often targeting the industry need to be met with partners and coalitions that organizations like you guys, it's part of what you guys do. You form coalitions to actually not only advance, the needs of your members, but to also keep the highways safe for the flow of goods and services, right?
And Jimmy, I would like to point out two things. A, like to hone in on that point you made, but also B, the people that we don't talk about in this criminal ring of the staged accidents are the physicians. We have not gotten to the point where they have indicted any of the doctors. And if you think the medical community was not involved in these staged accidents, aren't still involved in some of the fraudulent activities that are going on when we get involved in accidents or when we don't get involved in accidents. They've gotten down to the legal level, which I think is your point of the sophistication of it. These weren't low-level criminals like, picking pockets on the street. This was insurance fraud, straight up, and it ended up with the execution, the murder of a witness.
Oh, it was crazy.
There were absolutely doctors involved. And yes, it was because for us on the state level, we have the Department of Insurance, the Attorney General's office, and state police all trying to figure this out. But yeah, it's like a trucker and his insurance said, I've maybe seen this name before in a case against us. And that was part of why it took a while, is because these things developed over the years. But yeah, it took a lot of different people involved on the task force to finally figure out what was going on there.
And by the way, one final quick comment on this, unless Renee wants to expand upon it. By the way, Renee, who joins us this morning, is executive director of the Louisiana Motor Transport Association. One of the coolest things is that the real good guys in this story are the carriers and their investigators who actually presented this information to law enforcement. This was not actually, if I remember correctly, the impetus that got the ball rolling was a couple of your members, a couple of people said, wait a minute. This tune has played itself out before in another situation. And they were able to hand off a lot of really good investigative work over to the task force, who then went to work. So it actually gets started with the industry looking out for itself, correct?
And Jimmy, if I could make one more point about this before we move on, but there's video that one of my members plays at the legislature just to show them it's hard for people to wrap their mind around the fact that this is going on. But the truck driver, right? This impacts the truck driver every day when they're on the road. I've got a member that says that my drivers don't leave the shop every day thinking about getting in an accident. The drivers are human beings just like everybody else. They just want to go out, make a decent living, deliver their cargo. They want to go back home and get in their own beds and spend time with their own families. They don't want to be involved in these rings. They don't want to be involved in accidents on the road. And so you can hear the driver when these people are coming up on the interstate in New Orleans on 10, intentionally hit him. And the words that come out of his mouth, because he knows the repercussions of that for a driver. And so to me, it's just that the devastating domino impact of all the people that this affected and the callousness of these people that they could give two cruds about anybody else that they impacted, so long as they filled their pockets.
Renee, just on kind of a fun note, I have been working for the better part of a year, and if I had any more time, I'd be finished it already, with a series of horror stories that are all set around the trucking industry, and each one of them depends upon one of the challenges truckers are facing, from parking to ELDs to a whole bunch of other stuff. The first one is an insurance scam, and what unravels the insurance scam in that story is a driver with a perfect score is targeted, and he is so infuriated by what has happened, he actually is the precipitating incident that leads to the investigation, because that's what you're alluding to here. At some point, you target somebody who takes real pride in their work, and they are going to be good gosh darned if they're going to get pushed around like that. It's a great point that you made. It has an impact on the safe driving records of people who deserve better than that in regards to treatment on the road. Well said, by the way.
And I love the fact that the other side loves to point out that we have, laws on the books to stop fraud, but The reality is that my carriers and my owner operators, while that investigation is going on, they are paying the escalating insurance premiums. No one goes back once we realize that that was fraud and pays them back for their premiums from 2 or 3 years ago. No one does that. There's no real recovery for us in this situation. It has to be stopped.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Is the fact that nobody, it's like it's one of those things. Is the bell is unrung, the bell can't be unrung, and that great line from Absence of Malice says, "You didn't do anything wrong here, and I can talk myself blue in the face trying to clear you, and it just won't matter because that's the thing. At the end of the day, the stink gets on you, and regardless of what you've done, nobody can redeem you at that point." I'm gonna turn this back over to Dave. He's got a couple of questions as well.
Oh, well, thank you, Jimmy Mack. But yeah, I had to kind of do that little side trip there because Jim had really immersed himself in all of that and became a very leading voice on getting the news out and getting accurate news out on that because it was, it's very it's totally confusing. I mean, these, as you say, these aren't just a bunch of dumb crooks out there doing this. This was highly, and people who weren't even criminals became criminals. Yeah,
that's right.
And maybe unintentionally, but there they are in many cases.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. I've been dying to ask a lot of people this question, and we don't get a chance to do it because we don't normally have you guys on long enough to do this. Where do you get your news from? I mean, and I'm not just asking trucking news, but how do you keep up with current events? Where do you kind of do your digging when you want to keep up with what's going on? Because a lot of our listeners have so many options these days. That's the problem. Too many options. We always figure that smart people, will know where to go. Where do you point people towards?
I think it depends on the issue. Generally, I will just scroll and, click on different sources and try to read, especially local. We have newspapers here in Louisiana that I will dig into some of their articles. But if I were, let's just say, truck parking, I would go to the source of, find is there a research institute like we have that is connected to that. And typically when I do media interviews, this is what I need to do, right? If I'm going to do a deep dive on a specific issue, I go find that person that's got an expert, voice in that arena, and I will go do a deep dive on their research. And then, you kind of go find the news articles because I don't necessarily always trust, what news articles say. I feel like you need to read 3 or 4 different sources. And part of that is it's not like I don't mean to bang on the news sources, but I was at a national organization when Obamacare was being passed, and it was a lobbying forum for small business. And the amount of reporters that called me wanting me to educate them on that 1,600-page bill, it was just hard for them to understand, right? And so for them to synthesize an issue and write a 300-page article on it that everybody's going to trust, it's hard for them to do sometimes.
I'm going to make you laugh, by the way, as a good Louisianian yourself. You'll dig where my dad's coming from. My dad says that all Louisiana newspapers are terrific. Some for getting the news and some for eating crawfish. And that's about the way to kind of look at it. I've been holding on to that one for a long time. I'm waiting for somebody to share it with.
For the moment.
Yeah, and I figured with you here, it's the best place to get it. We don't have a lot of time left. Matter of fact, we've gone past our time, but we just love your company so much. In regards to what is coming up over the next month, what are you keeping a really close eye on, both in the local legislature? Is there anything happening on a really hyper-local level, provincial level, that you're keeping a close eye on?
We are not doing anything right now. We're obviously in holiday season like everyone else. But come January, we'll start getting ramped up for our legislative session next year. And I will still I've got some other issues that we need to deal with. We've got some local governments that are starting their own permitting process, obviously causing issues for our members. But I will still have a huge hyper focus on this insurance lawsuit abuse issue that has not gone away for our our truckers in the state of Louisiana. And until we feel like it's fixed, I'm going to continue to beat that drum.
By the way, Mr. B himself on our chat says, my grandmother had a saying that a dog will eat wet okra if it gets hungry enough. That was his contribution to this conversation. Thank you, Mr. B himself, by the way. Well said.
How about try frying the okra?
Yeah, how about the best way to remove the slimy feeling from okra, guys, is either put it in a pot with everything else or fry it. That's a really good idea, by the way.
Yeah,
Always an
fried okra
effective
is
thing.
awesome.
Renee, we love having you. Dave's got one more question
One
for
more
you.
question. I got to circle back to
He's
the
turned
real.
to Columbo, by the way. I
to
just
the-
got one more question for you, Renee.
The important topics of this morning. We talked about the main courses and the dishes and the fried turkey and the okra gumbo. What's the pie? What is the pie with coffee that finishes off your Thanksgiving?
Hands down, no question, pecan pie.
I knew you were going to say pecan or pumpkin, but then I knew pecan. Yeah,
So
you're
wait,
right.
so dig this, guys. So we had this big Thanksgiving dinner at our house. What we do as a family so big, Renee, you'll dig this as a Louisianian. We have actually 5 different houses with 25 or more people at each one of the houses. And then everybody gets together for a dessert later on. There was a pecan pie, spectacular pecan pie, but everybody murdered everything else. And so nobody wanted to take the pecan pie home, not because it was disgusting, but because it was
Right.
all these people who were like, if you put that thing in my house, it's going to be gone in 45 minutes and I'm going to eat the majority of it. With pecan pie, do you find that you need to get it off your plate and into somebody else's hands? Or are you like one of those people like me where it's like, I go to the store and buy my own can of whipped cream? I'm not kidding. And I sit there. Yeah, me too. I sit there at the table like, don't you come near me. And just fill up a plate with whipped cream and pecan pie. Renee, we love you. Please promise us you'll come back at some point.
Anytime. I appreciate you guys, and happy holidays if I don't get to talk to y'all before the end of the year.
LMTA.LA. Thank you, Renee. I couldn't ask for a more Louisiana name, by the way.
I know.
I mean, just the best person in the world. We love everybody over here. Phone Master Dre is on the case. We got a great guest coming up in the next half hour, Erica Denny. By the way, talk about, regional whiplash here. You guys know who that is. She's the freight planner, freight mobility and safety branch of the Colorado Department of Transportation. Go to freight.colorado.gov or freightcotrip.org. Both take you, by the way, to the same place.
You can't get further away from where Erica is in Denver and where we are in New Orleans. We're below sea level and they're 2 miles above sea level.
Speaking of gumbo, you can. It is very, very. By the way, I can make good red beans and rice above sea level. It is a pain in the ass to make good gumbo or good red beans and rice above sea level. It can be done, but man, it's a different thing. You know why? Of course, bagels taste better in New York than they do here, right?
It's the water.
It's the water. It is absolutely the water. And the reason why gumbo and all that stuff is better down here, it's the boil. It's the boil. It's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Nemo Nation continues after the other side of this break, by the way. I want everybody to go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it for 50 years. They've been doing 50 years, 1997. Sorry, I'm doing 50 year
It'll
stuff
be
here.
50 years
50
in a
states,
few hours.
50 states, 8 provinces. They get your truck out of the ditch and they get you back on the road. What they basically do is if you go to that website and download the app, what you'll get is if you break down, if you have service problems, it will tell you the nearest service provider that you can find, as opposed to having to go 80, 100, 500 miles down the road until you can get taken care of. That's what truckdown.com does. Big thanks to them. Also, big thanks to our friends at Fastport. BB the King is over on the chat, by the way, to say good morning. Fastport.org or fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. They can basically help you get vet ready. They can also help you with apprentice programs. They can help you with the onboarding process. A lot of their good work that we're going to be honoring them with next week is about helping service veterans make the transition from working for their country to working for the economy. Hope you guys can check that out as well too. That story, by the way, that insurance scam on the I-10 corridor, she's absolutely right. They wouldn't come out and say why he had been murdered at first, because he was kind of a shady character, but he's also a witness. He was looking down the barrel of life in prison because it was a frame up. They're trying to make it look like that he was the guy who was completely responsible for everything, and he wasn't having any part of that. And he was ready to name names. And the problem was he was going to name names all the way up into some really big legal circles in the city of New Orleans in particular, over in Jefferson Parish. In case you guys have never been there, I've always said that If you ever want to know what New Orleans was like in the 70s, head on out to Jefferson Parish. What they did was the character hasn't changed. The buildings have. And a lot of those characters made their way out there. By the way,
Yeah, you're right.
we have to take Dre. He's never been to Dorignac's, by the way. We've got to take Dre to Dorignac's one day. Stick in town a little bit longer one day, Dre, and I'll take you to the best liquor store that also happens to be a grocery store. We'll be back on the other side of this. Nemo Nation continues after the break.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Please let Dave know I enjoyed it as well. That's a letter with regards from John Maley, senior sales executive and the host of Stay in Your Lane podcast. He's a senior sales exec over at Triple T Transport. We enjoy John's content as well. He always asked, do I provide value? And the answer, of course, is yes. Big thanks to all of our guests this morning for providing value. We are now in the post-trip part of the show, the final hour of Nemo Nation. I want to send everybody over to our website, RadioNemo.com. You can get a sense of who's coming up tomorrow. Really fun show as well, as Lindsay and I are going to take you down the road in Road Gang Radio, along with Trucking Tributes, which is content provided by our friends at Reese Across America. Susan Patton will be checking in once again with one of the many men and women who keep the mission moving forward. Kevin Lindsay will be here before then for one of the other long-running segments, a brainchild of Dave Nemo, Maintenance Matters. Highway to Health, by the way, is going to be an in-depth discussion, as Dave said, important stuff. Troy Duell, health educator and founder of Centurion Health, is going to be talking about prostate health. I want you guys to go to Centurion Health. You can find them on Facebook at the Centurion Way. Jim Hinckley will be joining us to talk about Route 66. And then Neil Fisher has got a great segment on Christmas movie trivia. Can't wait to dig into that as well. All of it part of Road Gang Radio, which will conclude, as it always does, with another edition of Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western Music News, immediately to be followed up by our good friends Ashley and Scott, who you got a chance to hear from today. Well, Scott, the soul man with the soul plan. He's a soul man. And Ashley as well, who enjoys the fact that she gets to breathe a little more these days. And all of that is Trucking with Oida tomorrow at 11. And don't forget on Thursdays and Fridays as well. And in between all of that, this Wednesday, another edition of We Should Write.
Right?
Right. But we still got one more guest to talk to here, by the way.
Right.
And, of course, Dave, if you would be so kind as to do the honors, because we're going through whiplash from the deep-fried boil that is Louisiana, well, to the, roads that might need a little bit of assistance from you. Go on.
Well, good morning from below sea level, Erica Denny. We were talking about you can't get much further apart from Denver to New Orleans because we're below sea level and you way up a mile high. Erica, you guys know Erica by now. She's the freight planner, freight mobility and safety branch at Colorado Department of Transportation. Erica, we met, I guess it was Nashville, wasn't it, at the convention center a few years ago?
Yes, sir. That's been a number of years at this point, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, I know. Once you get past 2 or 3, it's just a murky history for me, that's for sure. And always have a lot of important stuff to talk about. And you also have been kind enough and generous enough to kind of preview some things that you guys have in the works. And you also have are so open to ask our listeners to give some feedback on what's going on out there in Colorado in terms of not just winter driving, but driving through the mountains and all of the things that go with that we just don't see around here. The only hill in the city of New Orleans, Louisiana, was built during the Depression by the WPA, the Works Progress Administration. It was one of those government projects where they had people, just build bridges and walkways and monuments. And the mayor of New Orleans said, the children of New Orleans need to know what a hill looks like. So they built Monkey Hill in Audubon Park. It's part of the zoo now. So anyhow. So there we have it. We have some big ticket items here to talk about, and we're going to talk about the new video series Know Before You Haul, but a major part of the country is under a major storm right now, and we have the must carry and chain laws. Of course, we talked about that back in September, and here we are at the end of the year already. Kind of give us an update on the must carry versus chain laws. There is kind of a little caveat there, I guess you might say.
Yeah, that's right. And it's something that we're constantly trying to make sure that there's a clear defining line between the two because they can quickly become muddled. We in Colorado have been a little bit behind on the snowpack this year so far, but just like so much of the country this past few days, all of a sudden we're seeing more of the white stuff. I know the skiers are getting excited because they've been very anxiously awaiting the ability to get out there and hit the slopes. But, the must carry law versus the chain law. Must carry for commercial motor vehicles means that you have to have chains or alternative traction devices as approved by the state on your truck starting September 1 all the way through May 31. Now, in years like this year where we didn't really see much sizable snow until within the last week, starting September 1 may seem a bit excessive. It can be in the 90s. However, we also have had years where September 1, we're already blizzarding up in the high country. It is the Colorado Rockies, and they are doing their own thing. Mother Nature keeps us on our toes. So the must carry means you have to have that traction equipment on your vehicle going through not only the I-70 corridor anymore, but pretty much most every major highway through the Mountain West. So I-25 does not necessarily apply. However, where chain law comes into effect is when it's actually actively snowing and actively putting chain law into effect, in that you need to put those alternative traction devices on your tires. So you've got the must carry where you have to have them on your equipment, and then you have the chain law where you have to put them on. So at all points is the must carry in effect from September 1 to May 31, but chain law is only in effect when there's active snow going on any of these corridors.
So if you don't follow the
hopefully that
first
clears the
law,
mud.
if you don't follow the first law, you cannot follow the second law.
That is correct.
And so you're kind of are you putting yourself in double indemnity there in a sense? What happens there? And the other question I had about chains too is, do you know if there's a percentage of drivers who get dinged for not having chains, but they've got chains on the truck and they just didn't put them on?
I don't know the percentages of that offhand. So our partners over at the Colorado State Patrol, they are the authority who can actually go out.
Yeah, that's right. I'm
and
kind
cite
of
folks.
I'm combining you guys a little bit too much there.
All us states are different, which makes it that much more confusing. Who has authority over what, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we rely heavily on them. However, you have a $100 fine plus some surcharges for not carrying during that September 1 through May 31. But if you don't chain up, you have a $500 fine plus surcharge. And then if you actually cause a road closure, you're looking at over $1,000. So it goes up pretty significantly. The more, at risk you're putting everybody around you and the ability to continue to have commerce move throughout the corridor. So, I personally don't like having to pay out $1,000 for anything, even if it's some fun Christmas gift that I've been dreaming about, no less a fine for having an oops situation. So it's frustrating for a lot of folks. I know I grew up in the industry, and having those chains on the trucks for so much of the year going through the mountains was sometimes frustrating when you knew it was going to be 95 degrees, but it's worth it because that temperature swing and that weather change can happen in an instant.
Indeed. Getting back to the fact that saying, well, September 1st may be a little much, but you never know. It's sort of like our hurricane season here. Hurricane season ended today. Today is the first day of no hurricane season here in the world. So yeah, they kind of stretch them out as much as they need to in that regard. The other question I had about the chains, and we're going to cover everything here. We have some time. The chains is there are certain styles and certain products that are acceptable and some that are not. Are there chains that are, say, acceptable in other states that are not acceptable in Colorado? Is there like a short list of even by brand name or anything? So I know that, well, I've got, good stuff here for Colorado.
Sure. I'm not sure about specific brands. I think most tire chains are tire chains. If they're made the size of a commercial motor vehicle wheel, you should be set. Where it can get a little bit tricky, so we have auto socks are approved.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
For those who have heard about auto socks, it's more of a cloth-like material that's lightweight, pretty easy to get on. The challenge is that they do unfortunately wear down very quickly if you do end up driving on just wet pavement for any period of time. So it's a bit of a finesse, and it takes a little bit more strategy. And unfortunately, sometimes chain law is still up where there might be patches of uncovered asphalt, which can cause issues with the auto socks. But overall, I know that drivers who have figured out how to best utilize them love them. And then the other kind of question mark that a lot of people reach out to us about are the tire cables. So you are allowed to have tire cables of 0.415 diameters or greater, but you need to have 2 tire cables and 2 tire chains. It cannot be all cables. It has to be half and half. So, that's a bit of a point of confusion for folks. So hopefully that at least somewhat clarifies, and you're looking at straight trucks, single drive axle, tandem drive axle, auto transporters. All of these folks need chains, but also buses must have 2 tire chains. And if you're a hot shot trucking, if you're, a pickup truck hauling a load of commerce on your trailer, you also need to be prepared to have those chains at the ready. So.
Okay. That's a great point, because I think a lot of folks, especially folks who may not be in the trucking industry, may think of Class 8 tractor trailers only, but you're talking about all the way down to a pickup truck.
Yeah, I mean, if you meet weight requirements of being technically a commercial motor vehicle, you are still required to have those tire chains. So think about if you've got a DOT number on the side of your truck that you could be pulled into a port anyway, you better be prepared to have those chains. And that's something that the State Patrol, as well as our ports of entry folks, have been working really hard at trying to educate on the last 2 or so years, because we've seen so much more hotshot trucking out there, which is fantastic that there's different ways of movement of goods. But having that education point, because like you said, you think of an 18-wheeler, you don't necessarily think of all the other perspectives of what trucking can be. So just to be prepared, and the ways that the State Patrol and ports of entry have been trying to work to push out education is actually on maybe sunny days, and they're doing chain blitzes where they go out and they're just checking to make sure folks have what they need to have so that they can have the conversations, if not, help educate. And then when the snow hits, everybody in theory is hopefully prepared, and therefore everybody can get home safely that evening.
Well, another little marker in terms of how time does fly, when you and I first met and you first came on the radio show many moons ago, it was the introduction of some new videos coming out called the Mountain Rules videos. And they've been up and running, really a successful run. What are some of the responses that you guys have been getting about those videos?
We've had some pretty fantastic feedback. I mean, we worked with the industry, with long-term drivers who have been driving a truck through the mountains for 30 plus years when we first put this together. They're the ones that actually came up with the creative, the Mountain Rules slogan, which makes sense. I mean, the mountains do rule, and you need to follow their rules to get through them safely,
Yep.
right? So,
makes all the sense in the world to me.
It's catchy and it's worked really well. And, we've had quite a bit of positive feedback. The only challenging part is that they are a bit long. They're, between 8 and 10 minutes. And in today's TikTok society of 45 seconds to a minute and a half, you may not keep as much attention. So we've been trying to take snippets and different subsections of these videos to try and make it more of that quick, digestible, quick hit, slide through, on whatever social media outlet you may be using. But we've got different topics. One is kind of a general over the mountains of Colorado, I-70 in particular, the different passes you're up against, the challenges, the fact that you have runaway truck ramps and chain stations, all these things that maybe other states don't have, and maybe if you haven't been through the mountains, you haven't seen before. The big one that we push this time of year, of course, is the winter driving, and it just gives you tips. Right? We're not out there trying to tell you how to drive. We're the government. That's not our place. You guys are the professionals on the road. But it's, hey, if it's snowy, be prepared for this. If you want to check the weather before you take off at the end of your pre-trip, that's probably a good idea. If there's any of the white stuff on the road, be prepared for chain law to be in effect, and be prepared to find a safe place to pull over and put them on. If you've never put them on, we give a quick high level of how to put chains on your truck. And we have a gentleman who was an American road team captain working for ABF Freight, who has been a 30-year truck driver in Colorado. His name is Nate, and he's the man. He's the star of the show. He's the one really talking. We want to try and convey that we want it to be friendly for drivers. We're not shaming. We're not trying to push anything. It's just the basics. And so we've got him, and then we've got our chief of the State Patrol, Colonel Matthew Packard, also, who jumps in basically to say, look, if you use a runaway truck ramp, you're not going to be cited. You may have to pay a tow bill to get out, but we're not going to cite you because you did the right thing instead of, continuing on and potentially causing a crash. So we try and make it so that, it's something that people can trust and run with. So, we've got winter driving, we've got summer driving and hot breaks, which is a whole nother topic of challenge at pretty much all points in time, but especially in the summer. We have one talking about speeding as the Glenwood Canyon area. While it's beautiful, we have a lot of speeding issues through that corridor. Construction zone safety, and just kind of that high level overview. So nothing earth shattering, nothing that most probably don't already know, but we like to think it can be a great refreshing tool.
Exactly. And I've made this point, on again, off again through the years. people who teach for a living go to continuing education sessions and seminars and things like that. People who do medicine, they're constantly learning and going to classes. We learn here. I'm literally stuff. So I don't know why drivers don't want to learn. So when you get behind the wheel of a vehicle, there's a human factor that says, I know everything there is to know. You can't tell me anything.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Put them anywhere else and they don't know nothing. But put us behind the wheel and we know everything. And I'm not talking about truck drivers. I'm talking about people. We are all the same in that regard, I guess.
Yep.
So the Mountain Rules videos are out there. They've been well used. They've been documented, and they are. How many lives have they saved? You'll never really know, but you'll know it's a number. That's for sure. Got a new video series coming up called "Know Before You Haul." What was the impetus behind that? Was it sort of like the son of Mountain Rules?
To a degree, yeah. So he has recently retired, but Captain John Hahn,
oh,
who
yeah.
was our mix-up captain here in Colorado, he was most recently the outgoing president of CVSA as well. He and I,
great guy,
yeah, fantastic man. He will be missed in our line of work, that is for sure. But he and I were kind of spitballing one day when we were wrapping up a few of these other Mountain Rules videos, thinking, what can we do next? What's still out there? We want to continue the momentum we have going. We don't want it just to end. We think that there's always going to be other opportunities to continue this. And what is another angle or lens, so to say, that we can look at it from? And that's when, and all credit to him, he said, what if we do an overview of these challenging mountain passes? And not just on I-70, but some of the, off the beaten path, the Wolf Creek Pass, which unfortunately just took another life of a truck driver a few weeks ago who lost control and went over the edge of the cliff. How do we talk about Wolf Creek? How do we talk about Red Mountain, who maybe folks have never even heard of? You've got Hoosier, Monarch. There's a lot more than just I-70.
Well, when I hear the name Wolf Creek Pass, and a lot of our listeners, especially some of the older guys, they are immediately going to think of C.W. McCall's song, Wolf Creek Pass, and the wild and woolly, funny, it was a comical song. But at the same time, yikes, people really do get killed there. And the fun and games kind of just goes right out the window immediately. But it's that juxtaposition, it's really unnerving,
It very much is. And, whether you're on a motorcycle, in a four-wheel vehicle, or 18-wheeler, it doesn't matter. It is hairy. And so looking at things like that, that's when Captain Hahn came up with the idea, of doing an overview. So what we are actively out shooting and trying to create, working with not only, those that have driven the corridor over and over, but in addition to our maintenance guys who work for CDOT, who are out on the road trying to help when things go wrong every single day. We've been working with them to give back to the TikTok length, right? I joke, but that minute and a half length video of an overview of these passes. And what we're doing is we're looking at it and saying, hey, if you're going from, east to west, you're going to start at mile point X. And then as soon as you get to this mile point, be prepared for this hairpin turn. As soon as you get to Y, there's going to be a chain station on the right-hand side. Be prepared if chain law is in effect, put your chains on here safely. You continue on and it'll talk about if there's a runaway truck ramp on that corridor. And it'll also go into details such as, hey, if it's winter, this is always shaded because of the trees. Be prepared, it will be icy, no matter what. So we're trying to give those quick hits, super quick to digest. But if you've never been on one of these and you're going in blind, so to say, we're hopeful that it can be a resource to go and look and go, all right, I know that I've got these 3 hairpin turns that I really have to be cautious and know that, as my trailer is tailing along, I need to be extra cautious to keep it out of the mud. And I need to know that if I do lose my brakes, there is a runaway truck ramp, I can be prepared, et cetera, et cetera. So we've got 11 different passes that we are doing. And we're hoping to have all of these videos wrapped up sometime in the spring, where we can start really pushing them out for folks to be able to check them out. And these are all things that we'll push on our social media, but anybody who's interested and thinks it of value, we are happy to send it to them. You can put it on your social media, put it in your safety training videos, put it, anywhere and everywhere that you deem valuable. We want this. It's a free resource for everybody. We just want to be able to have it so that we have this point two check to help, again, we want everybody to get where they're going safely.
Sort of like having the answer sheet before you take the test.
Exactly.
Fantastic. I hate to ask this question. Do we have a date, grand opening date?
No, we have a few of them that are in the finals of the editing. So we might send a few teasers of a few of them. But unfortunately, with the weather coming in and a few of these passes being in Southwest Colorado, where it can be pretty hairy, I don't want to promise a date, only because it's going to be weather dependent to get our film crews.
That's funny. Yeah, we can't make the film because we can't go out there to make the film, because what we're talking about in the film is happening right now. Yeah, gotcha. One more exceedingly important thing here, and it is on everybody's list. Truck parking. It's on ATRI's list every year. It's on the driver list, the owner-operator list. And ATRI does state-by-state lists, too, and they're on every state's list at one point or another. You got some plans in the works for some temporary emergency truck parking. Kind of give us a little bit on that.
Sure. It's been an initiative we have talked about for a number of years now, and we've finally gotten our first official partner who's willing to step up and help us experiment with it. And when we do have these situations, this is where we want feedback from guys and gals on the road. But we have successfully made a partnership with the Denver Broncos. So cheers to them, and congrats on the win, boys, last night. And they are willing to open up one of their parking lots for emergency situations. So when I say emergency, I'm talking bomb cyclone, the world is under snow, we can't dig out, and it's getting worse and worse. The goal is for when the interstates are closed and we're trying to get our plows through to open up the roadway by clearing it all off. Unfortunately, there's trucks that get stuck when the road closes and there's nowhere to go. You can't pull off and just go into a neighborhood and hang out. You are stuck on the road. And we look at that as incredibly shameful and almost embarrassing, because those are human beings in the cab of the truck, and they're treated, we kind of say, worse than prisoners, because we're basically telling them, hey, you can't move. You're stuck in the snow. You got to stay in your truck. Don't freeze. Hope you have enough diesel. And that's just not okay. And so we're trying to find alternative ways, and this emergency truck parking network that we're, again, baby steps, very first beginnings. If the roadway closes down, we're hopeful to be able to funnel some of the drivers into these parking lots where we'll have a few staff helping to manage for getting everybody into a parking spot safely. We will provide facilities on site. Perfect scenario, maybe we'll even get a food truck or two in there, but until we can have a few case studies of making it happen, that might be a challenge. But we want to be able to get people to a safer place instead of sitting on the road. Then get trucks off the road. It opens up more space. Our plows can get through easier. In theory, the roadway should open up faster. So, again, the Broncos are the first ones to be willing to help us out. So we're working through the legalities of, if and what's, et cetera, way above my pay grade. But once we get that situated, when we have our first major event where there's big closures, we fully intend to have this operational. But again, it's short term. This is not something that then you park here once during the storm and you can come back and park there every single time. It's unfortunately just for those emergencies. And we're looking for alternative locations, such as maybe the Denver Coliseum, which is right off of I-70, kind of in the heart of Denver, that could perhaps be an alternative, additional location for more drivers, because we fear that these are going to fill up pretty darn quick. You close down the interstate and there's a lot of trucks out there trying to move commerce, and So, having a few options would be wonderful. But one step at a time, we got to work out some kinks and prove the point that this is necessary, whilst always trying to find additional truck parking capacity for, more permanency. But that's a whole nother can of worms and challenges that we're up against on that one.
Planning for something you hope you never have to use, and it's the irony is there.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Erica. Jimmy Mack here, dropping back in, having just enjoyed thoroughly this great conversation. Hope you have a great December. Hope we get to talk to you before it's all over with. If not, just be as safe as all the people you're encouraging to be safe as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me.
Oh, thank you, Erica, as always.
We had 13 guests today, Dave.
Wow.
13 guests today. I want to give big thanks to Dean Croak, of course, the Terrapin for dropping in, Rebecca Brewster, Ben Greenberg, Courtney George, John Maley, Scott Thompson, and Ashley, Jamie Jones, Miss Flatbed Red, Mike Roth, Nick Asasi, Renee Amara, Erica Denny, of course, our final guest of the morning. This has been Nemo Nation, your one-stop shop for all the news that you need as you go off to face the week. Hope we've pointed you guys in the right direction. Hope you check out each and every single one of our contributors, websites, blogs, vlogs, YouTube channels, podcasts, and all that groovy stuff. There's a lot of great information contained not just in today's content, but in the content they provide you. Want to give a special thanks to our good friend Phone Master Dre. I'll put it in perspective that he'll get immediately. No notes. No notes. I don't have a single note for you. Dave, on the other hand, I've got some suggestions. But Dave, thank you so much. Great job today. Big thanks to our chat, too. You guys make all the difference. The wonderful gifts people sent our way. Trucker Boson, Marshall Platter, Mr. B himself, Brad Bentley, the king, for dropping in. All of you folks who are members of the Road Gang, thank you for being a part of this great conversation. Thank you for being a member of the Road Gang and being a citizen of Nemo Nation. We'll be back tomorrow, Lindsay and I, and Phone Master Dre, of course. But we expect you guys in there in the morning with the coffee to have a little conversation with us. If any of you guys want to send any coffee our way, our address is 2306 Esplanade Avenue, 70119. You can reach Dave for Nightbeat at radionemo.com, and you can reach Lindsay and I at roadgang@radionemo.com. What's Nightbeat about tonight, Dave?
From box office to boombox, we're going to play nothing but number one songs on the music charts. They all come from movies, or they are TV themes that made it to number one.
Nicely, outstanding done. Well, baby, if you ever wondered whatever became of me, I'm living on the air in, the good old city of New Orleans, Esplanade Avenue, at the Degas House at the Fastport Studios. This has been Nemo Nation. Its executive producers are Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack. Its technical producer and supervising producer is Phone Master Andre Thibodeau. Assistant producer, of course, is Madison with a T, and our on-site, on-location producer is Tara Garris. Lindsay Lawler will be with me tomorrow. Guys, tune in then and join the conversation. We'd love to hear from you. One more thing. Take care of each other and yourselves, as Jerry Springer likes to say, and happiest of Decembers as we get started.